6:03 p.m. Okay, so Ms. Lemus, can we do roll call, please? And we can do it verbally if you like, or we can do it through board docs. Well, no, I guess we should do it verbally, so let's do it. Okay, all right. Okay, so.
She usually doesn't come till 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Member Thomas.
Here.
Member Witt.
Here.
Member Pancarti, absent.
Yes, and Member Poincarte, just a quick announcement. She continues to have a family medical issue that she's dealing with, so she's not going to be able to join this evening.
Member Jones.
Here.
Here. Okay. So moving on to item 1.2, meeting practices and information. So members of the public may observe the meeting via NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast Channel 26, or in person at the NUSD boardroom. Spanish translation will be available via Zoom. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education regarding non-agendized matters and agendized matter with a live audio-only comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org. A written comment by submitting a speaker card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or with live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card with the executive assistant. Okay, so moving on to item 1.3, are there any public comments on closed session items, Ms. Lemus? Did anybody submit a speaker card to you or send you an email?
Testing. They did not submit a speaker card to me on closed session,
Okay.
and I do not have access to the public comment email to check.
Okay, so we'll have to check that
Okay.
later. Okay. Okay, great. So let's move on to closed session. So in closed session, we're going to be discussing 3 items. 2.1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Government Code 54956.9D1, there's one case. Item 2.2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision 2 or 3. There are 2 cases there. And then finally, 2.3, student expulsion, Ed Code 48918. Okay, and so without further ado, we will be adjourning to closed session. actions. So the first one is action taken under Government Code 54956.9. In closed session, under the agenda item 2.1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Government Code 54956.9D1, the board considered the settlement agreement between California School Employees Association, Chapter 208, CSEA, and two district employees, and took the action to ratify the settlement in the amount of $41,122.42 and $46,832.66. So it's roughly about, in total, $100,000 for the two employees combined. And the board, a motion was made by Member Thomas, it was seconded by Member Jones, and voting in favor, Members Thomas, Jones, Hill, and Wen. No one voted nay, no one abstained, and absent from the vote was Member Plancarte. So that was report out on item 2.1. And on item 2.2, this was anticipated litigation settlement agreement, motion to approve, not approve staff recommendation by the board members. And so there was a motion to approve made by Member Jones, seconded by Member Wen. Board members voting in favor were Thomas, Jones, Hill, and Wen. Not in favor, 0 or no one, and not present was Member Plancarte, and it was a settlement amount in the amount of $59,506. However, there's no additional cost to the district given the closure of the initial settlement. So this was already agreed to in an earlier settlement. This is just the final number. Okay. And with that, we're going to move on to item 4. So 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance. Can I get everybody to stand, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, meeting practices, and so we're on 4.2, meeting practices and information. So greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Per the California School Board Association, however, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but rather a meeting to conduct the public's business. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as the board president, ask for public comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the board, district staff, or the person making a comment from speaking. We also ask that when you are called upon, you address only the board. While we assume that members of the public intend to participate in the meeting in a civil manner, and while legitimate criticism of the board is protected speech, per Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code 54957.95, we will not permit actual disruption of the board meeting. Disrupting means engaging in behavior during a board meeting that actually disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Actual disruption by an individual or group, or any conduct or statements that threaten the safety of any person at the meeting, shall be grounds for the president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board and remove the individual from the meeting. Prior to removal, the individual will be warned that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and that failure to cease the disruptive behavior will result in removal. If after being warned, the individual does not promptly cease the disruptive behavior, the board president will ask that the individual be removed. Thank you for your attention to these protocols, and we look forward to your participation in our meeting. Okay, so Moving on to item 5.1, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, Member Thomas moves, and Member Jones seconds. And can we get a vote? And Ms. Lemus, you can decide whether you want to use board docs to do that or whether you want us to do a roll call vote.
If we can do a roll call vote, please.
Okay.
Member Thomas,
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent, Member Jones,
Here?
No. You're approving. Are you approving?
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving on to item 6.1, student report. The student board member is not here. I don't know, Superintendent, if she provided anything that she asked you to communicate on her behalf.
No, she did not provide anything. I did not receive anything from student board member Lee, so.
Okay, great. Okay, so moving on to employee organization 7.1. Do we have anybody in the audience representing NTA? Okay. Anybody here representing CSEA? Okay. NUMA? Okay, I guess we'll be moving on. Okay, so item 8.1, public comment on non-agenda items. I don't have any at this point. Any comments on that? Did we have anything that was sent to you via email? Ms. Lemus?
We do have 2 attendees online,
Okay, okay.
but I'm not sure if it's for public comment or, I'm sorry, non-agenda items or.
Okay, well, let's ask them.
So Beth's doing a presentation this evening, so she's not a speaker. Is the second one Mr. Gabi?
Yes, Brian.
They're both doing presentations
Okay.
this evening.
Okay, great. Okay,
My
so we
apologies.
don't, that's okay.
It's okay, we will be letting them in a moment.
Okay, so we don't have any people speaking on 8.1, public comment on non-agenda items. Moving on to 8.2, public comment on agenda items. So we have a request to speak on 10.4, Cindy Parks. Ms. Parks, do you want to speak now or do you want to wait until the agenda item comes up? Okay, great. And I'm assuming that you don't need Spanish translation support in this. Okay, great. Okay. All right, so moving forward to item 9.1, superintendent report.
Well, good evening, community. My report actually is very short this evening. I just really want to thank all of our staff for the amazing work that they've done during the 23-24 school year. We've had a lot of initiatives. A lot of work is culminating here this evening with the LCAP and the budget, amongst many other things. We have our SIPSA plans on the agenda this evening. It's a big agenda, but I just really want to thank staff for all their guidance, all the work they've done with working with the community and community meetings, and also to our board members who attended many of the different sessions along with the community to help guide us as we work through these reports that will be given to you this evening. So with that, again, I just want to wish everybody a safe and happy summer and hope you get some rest. And the district will be closed on Fridays. We're doing 4-10 work weeks. We will be posting it on our doors so that people are aware. And then tomorrow is a holiday, it's Juneteenth, and so the district will be closed. That's all for my report.
Great, thank you, Superintendent. Okay, moving on to 10.1, 2024 bond feasibility update. Superintendent?
Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Bill Oling. Bill will be leading the discussion for our bond feasibility update, and we've got 2 consultants who will be sharing some information with you.
So the purpose of tonight is to kind of update from the last time we updated you, and so share both the poll results and kind of next steps. So we'll start with the poll results, if you could pull up that presentation, please. And Brian, I think you let Brian in, please.
Brian, are you able to hear us?
Brian? Is he muted or unmuted? Is he unmuted? He is unmuted. Okay. Brian, are you there? That's right, that's the one right there, right below you there. To the right, the very far right. Keep going. There we go, that was it, back. There you go. Yep. Okay, Brian, if you're not there, I'll go ahead and just start commencing forward. If, Brian, you're not there.
Brian, you should be there, though. She can see him online, though, right?
Yes.
Do we not have any tech support here this evening?
Andrew?
Oh, yeah, Andrew. If he's here, that'd be great.
Andrew, if you could come over here, please. So anyway, the purpose of this is just to kind of, the survey poll results went out, and the purpose of this is for the pollster to give his results. Of course, we prefer to have him give the results directly as he's the expert.
So can you hear me?
Yes, Brian.
Okay, great. If we could move to the next.
What is that? Brian, could you hold on one second, please? Andrew, could you come in here, please? All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and just proceed, or, I mean, I don't want to waste anyone's time. She's still working.
Andrew's not here?
Andrew, are you there? Could you please come here, please, Andrew? I think he's working remotely, she says. He's trying to figure it out remotely. We're not able to hear him.
You can hear him?
No, we can't hear him. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
I can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you now. Okay.
Okay.
All right. The next slide is up.
So I can't see you on Zoom, but I can see you on your YouTube channel.
Yes.
And I can see the presentation is up, so if somebody can advance it.
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
We're on page 2, the first slide. So go ahead, proceed.
All right, great, thanks. So this is a review of the methodology. This was a phone and online survey, as the last 2 surveys we've done for the district have also been. The universe that we looked at was likely November 2024 voters, which is about 21,000 in round numbers, voters, and we were in the field from April 22nd through the 5th of May. The average phone survey was 24 minutes long. We completed 350 interviews, which gives us a margin of error plus or minus 5.19%. Next slide, please. And one more. Perfect. There you go. So the first question that we have this evening was satisfaction with the district's overall job providing quality of education. And you can see in the pie chart here the data from the current survey. If you add the very and somewhats together on both sides, you see we're at 43% satisfied versus 37% in round numbers dissatisfied. That's a positive ratio of 1.18 to 1. And if we look back at the 22 survey, you see we were at virtually the exact same level in terms of the ratio. The numbers were slightly different. It was a little below 43 and a little below the same 36 number, but virtually the same. In the April 2020 survey, which is really right as the pandemic was starting, the numbers were higher. Most of our school district clients did see a decline as the pandemic progressed. So I think that's what's going on in the more recent data. But you see in 2020, we were at 59 and 17, which is a 3.5 positive to negative ratio. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So this slide is the uninformed support for the potential bond measure. You can see the wording that we tested on the right-hand side of the slide. and it meets all the statewide legal requirements. It's not more than 75 words. It has an authorization amount of $205 million. It has a tax rate of $50 per 100,000 of assessed valuation, and it generates $14 million a year approximately. Those are all required by state law. The rest of the wording is largely ours to work with as we see fit. And what we've done is try to encapsulate your facilities needs in the bullets above. Obviously, there's a 75-word limit, so there's a lot more things that you would want to talk about, but we can't in the ballot question. So that's why we're limited in what we show here. For feasibility purposes, we add the definitely yes and the probably yes together. And you see with that, we're right at about 59% in round numbers. And that's certainly above the 55% threshold necessary to be successful for this kind of bond measure. So that's certainly an encouraging sign. In the May of 2022 survey, we were just slightly lower at about 55%. And obviously being higher is certainly a good place to be. But obviously there's certainly work to do at this level, and we'll talk more about that as we go through the data. Next slide, please.
Yes, Brian, if I could just add one thing here. You mentioned about some of the legal language, and I know the board knows this, but adding the statement in there, extending, not increasing estimated tax rates. So I think that's also a very important part of that.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. So next slide, please.
Brian, there's a slight delay in advancing slides, so that's why.
Yeah, so this set of questions no longer has the limit of 75 words, so we've got a longer list of items that we ask the voters. These are all presented in a random order, and the order that you see here is based on what we call our intensity scale, and that's the 1.13, 1.12, et cetera. It's a really accurate way of ranking the items vis-a-vis each other, and you can see the scale across the bottom, the 2, 1, -1, -2. But we also put it in context of the 55% threshold that we need to be successful, and that's reflected by the range of the blue arrow on the far right-hand side. So our top item, based on the respondents' ranking, is remove hazardous materials like asbestos, lead, and pipes from older schools. That's 79%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. So that's obviously way above the 55% threshold and something that's really important to voters. Next, at almost exactly the same level, is upgrade classrooms and labs for science, technology, engineering, arts, and math instruction. Obviously, that's the STEAM acronym spelled out. Then provide modern career training facilities to prepare students for college and in-demand careers in a variety of fields. Next is bring all schools in the district up to the same safety and learning standards. Following that is repair outdated and deteriorating classrooms, labs, libraries, and school facilities. Then repairing leaky roofs, upgrading schools to meet modern health codes and building safety codes, earthquake. Then update aging schools to support 21st century teaching and learning, and replace aging and deteriorating portable classrooms with modern permanent classrooms. That last one is at 74%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. So everything on this list is really in the mid-70s up. So these are all really important items that the voters would like to see be part of a potential facilities bond measure. Next slide, please. Okay, and so the next one is the continuation of this same long list of items. These two are in what we call Tier 1, which is our top statistical grouping. And you can see here the remainder of Tier 1 ranges from 74%, so virtually exactly where we left off, to just slightly lower 74%. So all of these are basically tied as well. And you've got things like providing outdoor learning areas, repairing aging restrooms and plumbing, improving and upgrading or replace outdated technology infrastructure, upgrade school security and emergency systems, improve access for disabled students, provide kitchen upgrades, and improve campus security, and including fencing, cameras, and emergency communication systems. Again, everything in the mid-70s, really, mid-low 70s. And then as we go into Tier 2, which is the last item on the slide, we are really at a very high level as well. So the key takeaway here is all of these features that we've had on these two slides are very important to the respondents and to the voters in the district by extension. And being in the 70s is really encouraging for a measure that would require just 55% to be successful. The catch is there needs to be, somebody getting the message out, because everything on these two slides doesn't fit into 75 words. So we can't rely on just having a ballot question and saying we're going to win. There is hard work to do in terms of communications and outreach, and then ultimately an independent campaign, which of course the district can't run, but it needs to be organized separate of the district. Next slide, please. So this next slide looks similar in terms of the methodology. This is informational statements. So these are basically the top positive arguments, and the methodology is substantially the same, although the scale is a bit different. It's just 2, 1, 0. And what that means is everything works the way I described before, but you just can't compare the 1.36 with the previous rankings, but you can compare the percentages reflected by the blue arrow. And so at the top of this list, we have all the money will be controlled locally and cannot be taken by the state, which is the magic wording. And that's 75%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. None of the money raised by the measure will be used for administrator salaries is another accountability provision that is very important. The measure requires independent citizens oversight in annual audits, as well as disclosures to ensure the funds are spent as promised. A third accountability measure. So those 3 accountability components are really, really important to voters. And again, it's up to the district to inform people about what the measure is about, and then ultimately an independent campaign separate from the district to talk about these accountability provisions. There are still other items that are important as well. Newark students deserve to attend schools in safe, modern schools similar to those in neighboring communities. Another positive. All California schools are now required to provide pre-kindergarten classes for 4- and 5-year-olds, which means a whole new grade level and hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. Obviously, that's an important argument. People are supportive of the TK. Measure will ensure that students who plan to go to college are prepared to succeed, and those who don't plan to go to college receive career training. And then finally, all of Newark schools are over 60 years old, and the measure will help bring the district schools up to the current health and safety standards. So those are the top arguments for. Obviously, some of them are accountability related, and others are kind of the why we're doing this and what's important. So the next slide, please. And as that's coming up, the next slide goes back to our ballot test a second time. So now we have introduced the measure to the respondents. We've talked about the kinds of things we'd spend the money on. We've also talked about the accountability provisions and the positive arguments. And so we asked the exact same ballot question a second time, and we started at 58.5, and we're now up to 66.5. So that's an 8-point jump. And that's a pretty significant increase. But again, as I've said, it's based on getting the word out. If we don't get the word out, then people don't have a frame of reference. It's just that limited 75-word statement. And the key in here is the golden part of the bar, where you see 31.2% are probably yes. Those are the people that need to be communicated with so they understand what this measure is about, what will be accomplished with it. Next slide, please. And so then we presented them with a variety of ideas that were negative. They're the standard anti-tax kinds of things in California. And then we come back to that ballot test after that information yet a third time, and you see that we started at 58.5, we went up to 66.5, but after people hear negatives, we're at 57.1. And so the negatives do have an impact. We are still above the 55% threshold necessary for a Prop 39 bond measure to pass. But another way of looking at this is highlighted in the yellow bar at the bottom right. That's actually an average of the second and third tests, and that's important because in a campaign context, the positives and negatives get all mixed up. That doesn't happen in the surveys, but you can see that the average gets us almost 62%, which is a good place to be for a measure that needs 55. Obviously, that doesn't mean it's a slam dunk, and as I've said before, it does indicate that there is certainly work to do, and that work needs to be focused on keeping the probably yeses on board, which in this test are somewhere around 30%. And you know, in polls there is a probably yes category and a probably no category, but obviously on the ballot there is only a yes no, and so those people need to hear the reasons to support the measure, as well as what we're going to spend the money on. And there needs to be some stability in that communication, and people need to all be focused on the same goal in order for this kind of measure to pass. I mean, in sum, we think that this measure could be successful if it's on the ballot this year. But again, there's lots of hard work to do, and we need to make sure that everybody is rowing in the same direction with the same message about what the measure will do for the community. And that's the presentation for this evening. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the board?
Hi, I'm Nancy, and I'd like to ask you how our results compare with other schools in the Bay Area, maybe that you're familiar with.
So we've done a lot of districts this year and last year as well. You're in a good place. There are some districts that are lower than this, and they're not going forward. There are some that are slightly higher. Nobody is dramatically higher. This has been a challenging year in terms of the economy and the political environment in general. So we're not seeing it be as positive a picture overall in the Bay Area or statewide. But, you know, again, it's a decision on a district by district basis. And, you know, your numbers are good. Again, they're good in the context of there being a substantial outreach effort that is nonpartisan and non-advocacy, and then an independent campaign that convinces people to vote yes, based on what we've seen here.
A follow-up question. The fact that their tax rate will not go up, will that be a deciding factor, do you think, for a lot of voters?
I think it should be in the ballot question for sure. But what is, as we saw from the features and we saw from the positive arguments, it's not really a fundamental question. The accountability, the money can't be taken by the state. No money for administrators and independent citizens oversight are really more important to getting people to move to a yes vote. Which is not to say we shouldn't have it in the ballot question, but it's just not the focus of that communication suggested by the survey.
Other questions from the board?
Thank you. Hi, this is Board Member Nguyen. I just wanted to say thank you for conducting the survey and for presenting tonight. As far as the numbers, you had stated that we looked good, but from your perspective, based on the percentages that are laid out, when is the good enough?
We usually look to the margin of error to assess that, and so it's plus or minus 5%. So when we're looking at that middle test, which was, hang on one second, sorry, let me flip back to that, which was 67%, we certainly are in a good position. Now, the variable that we don't, two variables we don't know. We don't know how efficient the positive campaign will be, and we also don't know how efficient a negative campaign might be. And in some districts, that's very limited or limited to just a ballot argument against. We can't predict that at this point, which is why we look at that average at 62%. With a 5% margin of error, 62 could be around 57. So that means there's not a lot of cushion, but you're still positive.
Thank you.
But again, I think it's the most important thing isn't really to spend a lot of effort thinking about what the negative campaign might be, but thinking about, are you able to do the kind of things that your consultant will recommend that you do. And I think Bonnie has joined us now, so she can comment on what that might be as well. And those are the things that you really need to focus on in terms of getting this measure passed.
Thank you. I really appreciate that statement. I definitely think that if we do have a positive campaign, and I know that we will have a positive campaign, no, we'll definitely have a positive campaign and really push this forward for the students if the rest of the board decides to approve us moving forward with the bond, because it's definitely a necessity, and it would be a great win for the district as we move forward to help, with this bond, also rebuild trust within the community. So I'm very hopeful. Thank you.
If I could just add anecdotal evidence, obviously he's providing scientific evidence. I work with a district that was 58%, and they got 58%. And so really was subject to what you had just stated was the positive, active, engaged, all the time campaign. And so it got the results of the polls. So these polls, they're very smart individuals and they're accurate. But you have to do the work to make it accurate. So.
Right. Yeah, and Board Member Nguyen, thank you for your comments. I agree. I think the idea of keeping it positive, focused on what our kids need, I think those are going to be important elements. And the investment also that it brings back to our community as far as value for Newark. I think those will be important highlights. And I think also to share really the great work that was done in the last bond, although they didn't do everything, the things that they did do, they lasted for a long time. They lasted for 30 years. And we also need to thank the Bond Oversight Committee that ensured that happened. And I think that's a piece too that we can capitalize on. That would be a real benefit to us as well as to how well that committee also helped perform in making sure the reports were reviewed and were questioned, and that there was, continual discussions about that annually. So important. Thank you.
Additional questions?
Before we move on, Mr. President, we have another speaker for this item.
Okay, great. And then if we can get everybody to go on mute too.
Okay, Bonnie?
Good evening. Let us get situated here with a second.
While they're getting set up, let me just introduce our next person. With us this evening is Bonnie Moss, and she will be giving us an update on our communications piece as we start to move forward with looking at, is this a bond that, is right now for Newark Unified. So excited about the conversation that she will be presenting here this evening.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, staff, and guests tonight. I am Bonnie Moss, and with Clifford Moss, we are the election consultant that is helping to guide the process of determining feasibility and also to prepare for a successful bond. And before I get into my presentation, I do want to thank Board Member Nguyen and Board Member Plancarte, because they have been the board subcommittee that has been meeting with me in particular to help me get to know the community better. I do want to say, because my presentation doesn't get into the poll results, but I want to underscore Bill O'Lean's comments, who I worked with in a former life, and he is right. Everybody worked really hard to get the message very focused and very positive. And at the end of the day, the actual election result came out exactly as the pollster had predicted. And so as I looked at the results that you saw tonight, I was encouraged because Brian Godby is absolutely right. We are in a very turbulent time across the state, and we have all been working with school districts and community college districts and others where the results have not proven to be landing in a place that is above the threshold. And unlike that, your numbers at the second ballot test, which is the place where you want to be, because you hope your opposition or people who are concerned and skeptical are going to be quieter or fewer in between, so that your number gets close to that 66% or at least above 60%. But we've actually worked with a number of districts this cycle that after the opposition or the critical statements are shared, they drop off. And that has not happened here. And I think what I'm so encouraged about is that if we can focus the community on the message about what your children deserve in Newark, what your students deserve in Newark, and then focus on the facility needs that are huge, and the numbers are very, very positive, in the high 70% when you looked at that list. That is very encouraging. And then matching into that, the messages around built-in accountabilities. These are built in by law that we can put together a message, and if we just practice consistency and repetition of that message with voters throughout the community, speaking in factual terms, of course, then there is a pathway. And that is the place that I really want to start, is that there is a path forward to put this measure on the ballot and to succeed. And to your question about, do we want to talk about the fact that it's not a tax increase, it's an extension? I would absolutely be saying, yes, we do want to talk about that at a time when, we're seeing a lot of turbulence in the economy. So it is part of what I call the yes and message, the narrative about, is there evidence of need? Absolutely. Do our kids deserve it? Absolutely. What are the specific needs? We have that list. This is not going to be an increase in your tax obligation. It is an extension. And guess what? Accountability is built in by law. So that is very encouraging. And it's with that I want to jump into the presentation I have tonight around communications and how we begin to really ramp up for what will become a final decision that comes back to you, the board, because it is your job to review a proposal that comes to you and make the decision about, does it go to the ballot or not? And then if it does, if you do vote, and it requires 4 of you to vote yes, to put it on the ballot, but if you do vote to do that, then the entire process shifts from a district-driven, district-funded assessment, feasibility, and preparation process to a community-driven campaign process in the election window. And so your job is to assess, do we have a quality ballot measure project? Are we enhanced by quality research? You are. Mr. Godby is one of the leaders in these kinds of measures, and I believe his work is highly predictive. So all of that means that you could be in the place in a couple of months where we're all coming back to you with a specific action item that is asking you to vote to put the measure on the ballot and let the people vote. And that's why I want to start here to say that we are 140 days out from Election Day today. And time really matters. 52 days away from the filing deadline. And so everything we're doing at this point is really deliberate and focused. And I do want to say, we practice the key predictors. I've been doing this work for 25 years, and one thing that I've learned over and over again is there are certain things that those who win do, and there are certain things that happen to those who don't get over the top. And so we want to practice more of the what kinds of things do we need to do. And you'll see them here. We're looking for what I call the sweet spot between what you know you need in terms of facility upgrades and what voters tell us they're willing to support. And that's why the research tonight is so important. I look at it as a blueprint for what we need to talk about, because we want to talk about the things that your voters care about. And then we're using time very deliberately as we go forward. And at this juncture, in the June-July window, we really want to also start to hone in on what we call opinion leaders. I've had a little bit of conversation, pre-conversation with board members Wen and Plancarte, but I want to expand that to all of you on the board tonight to talk about opinion leaders. And opinion leaders, in our experience, are people who have influence in the community. When they speak, people listen. And they don't have to have a title or be there, living here in Newark for a long time, but they are people that others really listen to. And so whether that's a parent in a school community or a civic leader or an elected official or somebody's grandmother, they come in all shapes and forms. And those are the people that I want to hone in on tonight to say, now is the time where having conversations with those type of people, be they local business person, a union rep, a person who's a newcomer who's just moved to the community, or someone who's lived here for 50 years. We want to have those conversations, and I want to take the opportunity tonight to invite all of you on the board to be part of that process. And the great thing about it is the way that we engage in this opinion leader work is it's really easy and it's very flexible. So what I want to do is to say that the kind of conversations I'm hoping that I can invite you into helping us with can be done at any point, day or night or weekend or weekday, whenever you have time. They are a chance to talk about the school district, what's happening, the story of need, all the facility needs, and to hear people's questions offline, off the dais. It's not at a board meeting. It might be over coffee, it might be over a phone call, you might run into someone at a community event, but this is an opportunity to ask people, what do you think? What do you think? And are our kids in Newark worth it? That's really one of the big pieces here. So when we really talk about what is possible and what we're hoping you'll all want to participate in is I would ask that you make a list of 10 people that you know in Newark and that you give that list to the superintendent so she can make sure we're not doing a huge overlap. You would be air traffic control, Superintendent Vicar. And if you all were willing to do that and just check in with the superintendent so we know we're getting coverage, if every one of the members of the board took on 10 people to talk to over the next month, we would learn a lot. That's 50 people. And the superintendent and I are talking about others that are on her list that she's been talking with. But this is part of the process of where we're headed if there's a measure that goes on to the ballot. We will be happy to provide talking points to you so that you would have something to look at and a special sheet for taking notes, or if you want to do it online, you could do it that way. But we're really interested in what you're learning as you have this conversation about a potential ballot measure on the November ballot. And we know that you're super well connected in the community. You're elected officials here, super well connected. And so we think that we can learn from you in this process. So what we're talking about is a really simple, easy conversation that you would do with folks that you know. So it's not, we're not asking you to go out and make cold calls, but really it's about telling about that story of facility needs. And then secondly, asking them, what do you think of that? What are your questions? What do you need to know to be open to this idea of a ballot measure? And then writing that information down so that we can learn from it. And I will personally be in touch with everyone. I feel like with your subcommittee, I've had a chance to get to know them a little bit more, but would love to have your input on all of this. And then on a parallel track, we are working with the superintendent and Bill Oline to build a mailer that I call a two-way mailer. And that mailer essentially has the same story. And it's told through the superintendent who says, you know, our kids are worth it. Our facilities are old, they're aging, and they need attention. And we have found a way to bring a ballot measure to Newark that is affordable in that it will not increase your tax rate. And oh, by the way, these accountabilities are built in. So we're stealing from the things that we've learned in the Godby poll as we tell that story through the superintendent. And then we ask people for input. We say, give us your input. And our plan is to get this mailer out literally in the next 2 weeks and ask for input over the next following 2 weeks. So July will be a busy month for us. And people can either take the survey online by clicking scanning the QR code, or they can tear off the response card and send it back in the mail. And we find that really in so many communities, we get tons of both. There are people who are like, I just want to do it online and give you my input. And then there are others who are like, I will never do it online. I want to write my own notes to you and send it back in the mail. But that's another way to listen. And hopefully you can see that our thinking here, the strategy here is to show we care that much about newer kids. We know we have a story of need and we need to tell it. And we're also striving to be good listeners on the topic of the bond before we have to. And then what we will do, and Bill and I have lived this in another life, is to take that input that is coming in along with the research to right size and finalize a ballot package proposal that would come to you that you would all vote on to put it on the ballot. So when we think about what's next, I would say that we're hoping you like the idea of helping us talk to some folks, and your circle, I'm sure, is much larger than 10 people, but 10 over the next month would be hopefully doable. And even if it was 5, we'd take it. We want to learn from you and the people in your circle. We will also do the mailer and get that input that's coming back. And then there will be board discussion, and our plan is to come back on August 6th in particular and ask you all to consider the final steps. Unless we were to find something that told us, no, this is new information, we shouldn't be doing this now. But so far, we're getting information that tells us there is a path to winning, a path to passage. And the final statement I would say is that it is important in this window, the ramping up window right now, the summer window, and especially the August, September, October window, that we strive to create harmony here at the district and put that facility story of need front and center in Newark, so that people of Newark can really hear that there are needs and that they can make a difference and that it's affordable. All of that comes together in that final window of especially September, basically Labor Day through November 5th. So that is where we're headed, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the board?
Thank you, Bonnie, for coming in tonight and presenting. We've had extensive conversation, and I just really want to appreciate you for helping us through this process. And also, we do really need to emphasize the importance of the need and present a story that will help us pass the bond, because it's so important to our students and the district here. But I just wanted to, again, appreciate you and Laura for, having the conversations, and I've already started. Just show up to a Rotary meeting or to Optimist, and we can cover it, Nance. And so, but all joking aside, I think there's definitely, you're correct, there's our influential community members that can definitely help help us
Tell the
really
story.
tell the story and help us do this work. So thank you.
And I just want to piggyback on that by saying, as a former school board member myself, I know the important role that you all have. And so it's important for you to be ambassadors in this process and really hear from people. And there will be people who have questions, and we need to be welcoming of those questions. So thank you for jumping out into it. That's what we all need to do. You've got about 25,000 voters living in about 12,000 households. They will all have a chance to weigh in. So lots of work ahead.
The only other comment I have regarding the mailer, is it possible to also send it out through Parent View too? So we have the.
Your superintendent's way ahead of that question. She's like, oh, we got all kinds of other things we're doing with this. So I love that. Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions?
More just a comment that it's exciting. I mean, the facilities really need the work, and it's exciting to me that that it's not going to, we're not saying we want more money. It's just, we're just maintaining what's out there and extending what we're doing. And I think that just seems like a really solid approach to being able to help the district to be able, and to upgrade the facilities for the students without putting any more burden on the taxpayers in town, because our interest rate is already up there a bit. But so I look forward to doing the work and getting out there and talking to people and seeing some talking points, because it's always better for me if I have some talking points. But so thank you.
Yeah.
Look forward to sitting down with you too.
Me as well.
Additional questions? I have one question. So for somebody that hasn't been through this process before, so you've talked about how right now the ball is in our court, the board's court, in terms of, and it's not just the board, but in terms of reaching out to you're talking about these opinion makers, influencers, and getting feedback and to bring that back. And then ultimately we have to make a decision, I think you said by August 4th, right? And so we have to take a vote, and you're saying it needs to be a minimum of 4 in order for it to pass. But let's presume that we do all that, and we ultimately agree to move forward with the bond. So what happens next, and who kind of takes the ball, and how does that work?
That's a great question. And what I'd like to say is probably from almost the beginning of my connection with Newark this year, I got excited, and I got excited because of Tracy Vicar and Bill O'Lean. And that is because they are so committed to doing this for your kids, your students, and I know you are as well. And that's important because there is a lot of work to do. And there will need to be volunteers who come together during that bright yellow window. I know Bill is chomping
Well, I mean,
at the bit here.
I would just say, I mean, once that window hits, the district is officially done with anything. It's all volunteers, community members. District's not allowed, resources, email, computers, time, anything that anyone would do is all volunteer basis.
So how does that work? I mean, is this just organic that all of a sudden, like, people just all of a sudden congregate somewhere? Or
That's a
is
great question.
Well, yeah,
And the general way that I would just tweak a little bit, Bill, to say that during that yellow window, the district can only provide information. So that is something that the district will be doing all the way through, is providing information on this measure, should you vote to put it on the ballot.
Straight factual, though. It's
Yes,
not, no
but it's
opinion,
got-
it's more like
Yeah.
fact.
It's all facts, and the district can only say, here are the facts, like there can be no vote yes, no, none of that. So that piece comes together with volunteers, and I'll be honest with you, I'm, of course, Bill and I've worked together before, but the superintendent and I have also been talking about various leaders out there. The subcommittee, I've been talking with them about who matters in the community. And as we talk about July, we'll really want to meet with some folks to say, here's what it takes. Here's what it takes. Here's the org chart that we recommend. Here is the process that happens once this measure is filed, and there could be arguments in favor and arguments against. We love to write the arguments in favor, so we're very deliberate about what we do during that bright yellow window. And we do look for leadership. So the fact that you're all expressing interest, you're going to have ideas for names about who needs to be part of this, who would be really great to be part of this. And in virtually all the school district measures that we have, the army of people who come together to educate the community are, vast majority are parents, teachers, retirees who've been associated with the district in some way, and they all come together to make it happen. We have, we try to front load in that blue window when we're coming in. So the July window, we're going to be front loading a lot to determine what is possible and who might be interested and willing to step up and lead.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking is that, right, you need it's a campaign, right? So
It is a campaign.
It's a campaign, and so you need a campaign org structure, right? And you need somebody to make decisions about, well, who's the campaign manager?
Yep.
What are the different boxes in the org structure? Who's going to
Yep.
do what? And if you just throw like 100 people together, that's not gonna. That could be somewhat chaotic. And so, like, how does that work?
Yeah, what we generally do is we'll ask the executive leadership at the district, as in Tracy, who do you see out there? We'll ask all of you as board members, who do you think has the talent and the interest to be part of this? And what is generally happening these days is we organize a Zoom call, and people can plug into that Zoom call and see what the process is, what the resources that are going to be required, how we build a peak performing team, the signatory process where the arguments come together, but you need to find 5 registered voters to be signatories. And so that will all happen in July as well. And then people rise up to leadership. is what we see. So we would be calling you and talking with you offline, each of you on the board, for your ideas. At times, we've seen board members get involved as volunteers as part of the Army. So it takes on a different flavor depending on the uniqueness of the community.
And are you acting as an advisor throughout this process, all the way through up to the election?
Well, I would say that during that election window, the district's not providing any resources to Bonnie. So anything that Clifford Moss would do in terms of the campaign would be provided by whatever fundraising the campaign did.
Yeah, and there will
So-
be, the two have to be separate.
Right.
So if the district is providing information only, that is separate and can't have anything to do with vote yes. And the campaign has to raise its own resources. And if there are adequate resources, then a resource like Clifford Moss is here to help.
So in those green and blue boxes there, you're going to be with input from everybody, identifying potential volunteers, identifying a potential org structure for the campaign, going through a process of helping people figure out who's going to drive, right? Who's going to be leading. But then once you hit that little red arrow, the filing deadline, it's basically, okay, so now you've got your campaign structure in place, and at that point, the board disengages unless we're doing something on a volunteer basis, the district disengages, and potentially you disengage unless somehow the campaign provides funding to continue having you act as an advisor.
Yes, that is generally correct. And just to keep everybody nimble in this process, there are times when we move all the way through, and so we're changing at the red arrow there, we're changing over to the campaign side if there are adequate resources. And there are other times where we have simply been on the district side to provide information only. That's less common, but we have done it. And so it's going to be a rigorous, I know it's a break for all of you. July is going to be a time when it's my understanding you're not meeting as a board. But we believe that we need to rigorously do the kind of identification work that will help inform your decision about, is there a group of people rising and coming together to want to lead this effort, because that will be needed. There will need to be a vote yes committee. There will absolutely need to be that. And they will need to attract resources, and it's my understanding that the city is planning its own measure, a visitor's tax measure, transient occupancy tax. So that has an easier read for them because it's like voting for a tax that is on hotel stays.
Right.
So it's different than yours, but what we find in general is that school measures have the potential to be, just pure positivity that comes into the community to say, isn't it time we do this for our kids? So we are looking for talent. We will be, and I'll be partnering hopefully with the superintendent to be talking with each of you and looking to see who wants to step up and help lead to make this happen, because it will be needed.
Great, thank you. Number one.
So just a follow-up question in regards to the election window. When you stated that the board can step up as a volunteer
Yes,
and not act in the district's capacity,
yes,
we can campaign in that period as a volunteer,
yes, you can.
and we can help raise funds for the campaign.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so the funds to acquire you as a resource cannot come from the district
Correct.
during the campaign.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to
Any
clarify.
fund, anytime. for the
Persuasive
campaign window, yeah.
funds cannot come from, anything persuasive cannot come from the district. So there's a lot of thinking that is going to be happening between now and the end of July.
Okay.
But I love that you asked that question.
I
because
just
we
want to
need volunteers.
to just like line that up correctly so that we are clear on
Yes,
on
absolutely.
the goal at hand, and that we don't, do anything that's out of our lane.
I think it would be important too, if it gets to that point, I think it'll be important for us to share the rules out with everybody to make
Yes.
sure, an example, you could say, yes, this is what the measure does, but I can't comment on it. Now, a staff member, a regular staff member, they can volunteer as long as they're truly a volunteer on their own time. So, the board members are staff members, and so
Okay.
you certainly, as long as any staff member is truly volunteering and acting on their own personal behalf, they're welcome to volunteer.
And oh, by the way, I mean, number one, part of the team that is guiding the district is a bond counsel, who's the legal counsel, Katie Dobson, and she will prepare a memo that makes the rules of engagement very clear. Here's what you can do and what you can't do, the do's and don'ts. And she will also clarify what volunteering on your own time means. So it's before school, after school, lunchtime, that kind of thing. And oh, by the way, in a lot of these measures, as I said, the Army comes from the education community that already exists, and they do follow the rules because we have to. So they're volunteering lunchtime, after school, weekends, that kind of thing. And we do, what's also evolving over time is, yes, there's a portion of the electorate who really needs a personal conversation, so it's a door-to-door thing. And then there's another portion of the electorate who's perfectly fine on social media or with digital communications, and I'm sure you've all run into that in your own campaigns. We're seeing that a lot, too.
Are there any restrictions on who can be a volunteer?
No, the restrictions are really about time and use of resources. So the people who have to exercise the most discipline are paid employees of the district. So they have to, self-police, like, okay, and one of the things we see is sometimes people have to really learn, you're never using district email. If you're a volunteer who really cares, you got to use your own email, you got to use your own phone, that kind of thing.
I think you also need to make it clear, I think, like when you're in a meeting, like after hours, if you are advocating for the bond, that you're doing that on your own time. Like, we just need to
Correct.
make sure that we constantly reiterate that so people aren't confused what our role is. Because they're used to seeing us, in the evenings and on weekends and other kinds of times. So it can be very confusing to kind of separate our regular job duties from when we're actually giving our time to be able to help support the bond and to help support kids.
Could you have a scenario where, let's say that there's a family that has a kid in the district. Okay, so they live here, they have a kid in the district, but let's say grandma lives in Fremont. Could grandma be a volunteer?
Absolutely, that's a great question. So grandma could be a volunteer. Grandma could be an endorser. We love to gather a sea of endorsements of people who say, I'm for yes on measure H for schools, or whatever we would become. And you don't have to be registered to vote in the district to be an endorser, as in a teacher who might live in another community but teach here. We want to gather as many endorsements as we can. The other thing that I see, because I happen to, ever since I got connected with you all, I have become a huge fan of Superintendent Vicar. And so I will be working hard to convince her to be a person who is out talking about the facts, because she can do that. She can talk about the facts, and a volunteer can go with her to the Rotary or whatever, and even one of you as board members, because you are special in all of this, you get your free speech rights. So she might say, here are the facts about what we're trying to do with this measure, and one of you might say, I'm speaking as a volunteer. Yes, I'm a school board member, but I'm a volunteer here, and I'm here to tell you it's really important to our future. So there are rules. The folks who have to really self-police the most are going to be your team here, your principals, your teachers, and those folks. But there are lots of ways to plug people in, to your point.
Thank you. Any other questions, Member Nguyen?
No, just a comment. Bonnie, I just wanted to give you a shout out from Alameda County of Education Board Member Aisha Knowles. She absolutely loves you, and I had spoken to her, and she said that she had told us that we are in good hands. So I trust her word, and I trust the work that you do. So thank you.
Yay for Aisha. Thank you very much.
Bonnie,
Looking
before
forward
you
to
leave,
it.
I think one of the things I just want to be able to share with everyone, this is going to be a very grassroots campaign. It's going to take volunteers. It's going to take people to give their time and to be able to advocate about what's really good for our school facilities. I think all of us are able to do that. And I think in our own ways, we do it all the time anyways. Now we just need to get out. We need to get it more organized. And we've got some time to be able to prepare for that, a very short window of time to prepare for that. And at some point, like as Bonnie shared, we're going to have to kind of put in the hands of a committee to kind of take on those pieces. And then we've kind of become the volunteers to be able to help support that cause. But I think just to be able to identify and clarify what your role is and what it is that you're doing will really help with that communication so that people don't perceive that we're not doing something that's considered either unethical. I mean, we want to make sure that at all times we're taking the high road, right? And that we're being very, very clear on what our intentions are and what we're doing there to help advocate for the importance of this particular bond when we aren't during our regular working hours.
The bottom line is the path is possible, and it's going to be really important to be focused, surrounding ourselves in positivity in September and October.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, Bonnie.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
And thank you to Board Member Nguyen and Plan Carte for spending time with Bonnie to help us start to navigate and really shape up what needs to be done here for the future. So thank you. All right.
Yeah, there's no action. Yeah, it says action, but we don't need to take an action on
No.
this. Okay. Okay. All
Not at
right.
this time.
So moving on to 10.2, Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP Annual Update. Superintendent?
Thank you. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce you to Rochelle Pichowski, who's been working very hard on our LCAP. She is going to be introducing the plan. This plan has actually gone through extensive committee review. And so she will share with you the various elements of what's going on with this. So Rochelle, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So clarification, there's two items. This is the annual update, and then the second one is the plan? Or is she
Yes.
going to do both at the same
Oh,
time?
I'm sorry.
Can I address to that? I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes, so 10.2 should have been rolled in with 10.3. It's not a separate item. I'd be happy to answer any questions on it, but it is just the annual update, and so it should have been part of 10.3. So,
Thank you. If you want to start off though with 10.2,
I'm sorry?
are you going to start off though with 10.2 as part of the whole?
Yeah, 10.2 is part of the whole package.
Okay.
And so I'm only here to really answer questions about it because it's the annual update from last year, from 23, 24. But then what I will be presenting on is for the LCAP plan for 24, 25.
Understood.
So are there any questions about the annual update that I could answer?
Can you do a brief presentation? Do you have a slide?
No, because it's just an annual update, so basically, but it will be rolled into the new plan. Does that make sense? We don't usually do a
So
separate
are there any
update.
significant changes between last year and this year as we move into into your presentation for the plan?
Yes, so I will be addressing those in 10.3. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we're moving on to 10.3.
Thank you.
I just want to be very clear though, there are goals and actions that were part of the local control accountability plan annual update. There actually are, there is a document that you've actually prepared.
Yes, and that, well, the document is a legal document, and it is attached here to 10.2. Should have been rolled into 10.3, so all of that was the same item. And so, I mean, it is the annual update to review, and then we go into, so I'm happy to answer any questions about it, but we will go into the actual LCAP plan for the next 3 years.
So Vice President Jones.
So I have a question, because there's 11.1, 11.2, and 11.3. And they all have different documents attached to them, from what I can.
Wait, we're not there yet.
Oh, never mind. So, okay, I'll go back up to 10.2. So there's two documents at 10.2. There's the one that starts 2024 and the other one starts updated. So I'm assuming that we would be looking at the updated one, that it's got changes, had a few minor changes or something?
Right, so every time that I submit to the county reviews, and then they recommend changes. And so the final LCAP, even though we'll be voting on it on the 25th, will continue to change because it is a fluid document, a living document. And so every time the county reviews, then there will be updates.
Okay, so they've updated, and so now they've updated once, and we have the updated in that one. Okay,
Correct.
gotcha, thank you so
And
much.
unless, things could happen between now and the 25th,
Sure.
there might be another updated.
Okay, great, thank you so much.
Okay, so are there any other questions or comments on 10.2, the annual update?
No, I just have a comment. I saw the reclassification rate for the last couple of years, and there was a increase to 21% in last year, in 2023, 22-23. So, and then our 23-24, is that 25%, or is that the desired outcome that we don't?
That's the desired outcome.
Okay, so we're close to meeting our desired outcome, so, which is great. So I just wanted to point that out, so thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, so moving on to agenda item 10.3, proposed local control and accountability plan, LCAP.
It's okay to present? Okay.
Yes.
So, first of all, I want to thank President Hill and the esteemed board members, as well as Superintendent Vicar and the Executive Cabinet for me being here. My name is Rochelle Piaski, and I have served as your interim director of special projects for the LCAP, and I'm very grateful to be here. We do have a special guest today, which is Dr. Pam Van de Kamp, who is a consultant from Alameda County, and she is an expert on the LCAP, and so very grateful to have her support through this process. Do we have the slides?
So we've got, the way how it was put onto the agenda, Rochelle, we've got 5 different documents.
Okay, so they look like 5 documents, but they're all in the same document. And
Okay.
so basically,
Which one would you like us to pull open? Do you know which one?
So we would like to put up the slides. The document that you have.
That's the public hearing BOE, from what I can tell.
Yes, that's correct. Public hearing BOE.
Are you able to pull it up? This one here. LCAP public hearing BOE.
Yeah, it's if you look at the agenda, it's the 3rd attachment in the first column.
I think it depends on how your portal
Right
opens
next
up,
to the.
Oh,
because mine looks different.
yours doesn't come up as, okay, gotcha.
So when you look at the entire LCAP document, which is here, it has all of those things inside of it, which is things like the education partners, all of the indicators, everything that's in here, the matrices, they are all in the plan, okay? They're listed separately because that is by the state of California. Department of Education.
Yeah, I know it's right there, but I don't know why it doesn't show up on her thing there. It has something to do with how we present.
But she can't pull up the board docs and then just click on it.
No, she can't. It doesn't go to that screen. Trust me. Is it up? Andrew, maybe Andrew can.
I did. To both Mandy and Toya. And I believe it was on the board agenda.
Yeah, she just can't open it off the board agenda. So.
Is there, I shared it with Toya, is that different? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it gets mailed to what's called, there's like an email for the board docs, and that's where it goes to, and that's how it shows up on that screen.
Oh, I see.
There's another place where it needs to go.
Board computer, I don't know if you're at the full computer at Newark.
Andrew's going to assist.
Okay.
Board computer.
Let me see here.
Ms. Wachowski, are you able to email the presentation to boardcomputers@newarkunified.org?
Yes.
Well, so I didn't go to board. I didn't go to the board computer. I just went to her email. She probably wouldn't have shown that, but each administrative assistant should have sent it there. That's where you should have gone to.
Can she pull up her own email from that screen? I think Rochelle emailed it to her email.
Even if she pulls it up on her screen, it's got to be in the board computer screen.
Okay, I'm sorry, could
There's
you
like
say
another
again?
element that
What?
it's very confusing. Same thing happens whenever I do the actual agenda. Even though I make it go live inside board docs, I then have to mail it to be able to go onto a website. There's like multiple steps. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break.
Oh, great.
Here we go.
Good job.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much for your assistance. Okay. So I just click this, right? Oh, I think I messed it up. Yeah, sorry about that. Could you go back? Go ahead, go to the next slide. Excellent. Okay, so under LCFF, or our local control and funding formula, the goal for every single district in the state of California is to ensure that every student succeeds, especially those that the system has historically left behind. So this was our equity unifier. And so who are these students? Could you move forward, please? Who are these students that are historically left behind? And those students are, could you click, please? The low income, our English learners, and our foster youth. And so, moving on to the next slide, please. The amount of money is given to the LCFF in order to serve all students. You can see this pie chart. That is the amount of money that Newark Unified School District receives. And then the unduplicated students, the amount percentage is decided upon, is calculated, and then that becomes the money for the LCAP. Currently, as this slide was being produced, our budget for the LCAP is $5,784,963. And so our process for the LCAP is that we start with the community in our schools, and those are school site councils and our English learner advisory committees, and they receive input on the LCAP. The LCAP is a 3-year plan, but every single year we review it and we go over it, we see what changes need to be made, and then we move that one forward. But the whole 3-year plan is there, and it just to ensure that everybody's on the same page and we're working towards the same goals. After we receive the input from school site councils and the English learner advisory committees, then all of that collection goes to our district English learner advisory committee and our LCAP parent advisory committee. And that is shared with them. And then they also have input from that, and then that makes, and then we write the LCAP. And so the consultants for all of this must occur with the list of here, which are teachers, principals, administrators, other school personnel, our local bargaining units of the LEA, our parents, our students, our parent advisory committee, our English learner parent advisory committee, and our special education local plan area administrators, or our SILPA. And then these here, we would like to make a big shout out to our LCAP advisory members, which are located here from every single school. We did ask, as we always do, for every single school to have 2 representatives. And we are grateful for the amount of time that these people put in, as well as all of their opinions and suggestions. So in a regular LCAP timeline, the way that it works is that normally the LCAP committee gets together in October. They review all of the input, and the input is ongoing. And then that's from, for example, now ongoing. And then in December, they do the mid-year report update. So we're looking at is the plan working? Are actions working? What actions items do we need to tweak for next year? What do we need to how do we serve our students in the upcoming years? In January, we consult with the community, which is our school site councils and our ELACs. And then in February, all that information is brought back to the LCAP committee and the DLAC committee, and we draft a plan. And then in March, we have revision and review. And then in June, we have the public hearing, revision, and approval. This year, the state of California added a new amount of funding, which is called the Equity Multiplier Goal. And it is the first time that all districts, well, most districts will have this money. This money is separate from the LCAP money. This is money that is generated by the state of California, and it is only for this goal, which is the Equity Multiplier Goal. In order to receive this money, these funds, then you have to have a percentage of students who are either enrolled for less than 245 continuous days or exited from a school between July 22 and June 23 due to either to truancy, expulsion, or for unknown reasons and without a stable enrollment. And so the only school that qualified for this was Bridgepoint, and so Bridgepoint will only receive these funds. Again, they do not come out of the total LCAP funds, nor throughout the LCFF funds. These are separate funds, but they are a goal that needs to be written in the LCAP. Okay, so our LCAP goals for the next 3 years, because 24-25 starts our new LCAP process with our 3 years. Our goal 1 is student achievement, which is to provide equitable, challenging, and engaging instructional settings, incorporating a multi-tiered support system for English learners, and to promote academic success for all students. Our goal 2 is engagement and school climate, which supports and fosters a welcoming and inclusive environment for all parents, families, and community as partners in the education and support of all students' success in school. Our goal 3 is conditions of learning, to promote high-quality learning conditions and a safe environment to enrich the social, emotional, and physical health of all students. And then our goal 4 is the equity multiplier goal, again, only for Bridgepoint High School, to reduce the Hispanic suspension rate, the socioeconomically disadvantaged suspension rate, and students with disabilities suspension rate. In addition, support will be given for students to graduate and for students to be prepared for and pursue college or a career. So we get into the actual LCAP action and budget items for 24-25, and this is the action items here. We did not deviate much from the last 3-year plan because of different factors, but we did look at areas of need. So 1.1 under Goal 1, which is again student achievement, is for academic counselors to have 3 full-time high school counselors at the high school and to service all students, but again, our unduplicated population as well, at an approximate ratio of 475 students to 1. Our goal 1.2 is our English language development, professional development, and this is support for new teachers not trained at Title I schools to implement English learner instructional strategies and to increase engagement in order to increase outcomes specifically for long-term learners, TK through grade 4. Our dual language immersion is for 1.3 is program and salary for teachers to meet the needs of the dual language immersion program for grades 1K through 4 at August Schilling Elementary. And did we move on? Okay. And 1.4 is our college and career support for ROP, which is the Mission Valley Regional Occupational Program, who is a provider of career training for high-tech, high-pay, and high-demand fields, and will allow students to pursue a CTE pathway at Newark Memorial High School. 1.5 is teaching and learning with STEAM, is the Bayside contract where the Bayside team, who are program developers of FOSS, which is the elementary science curriculum, and based on the Lawrence Hall of Science. The partnership provides NUSD customized support, NGSS implementation, and technical assistance to address NUSD's goals for high-quality science education. 1.6 is college and career support, which is a 0.8 FTE, college and career specialist at Newark Memorial High School to provide opportunities for students to define a pathway during and beyond high school for college and career readiness and to support the Puente program. Goal 1.7 is our district professional development for classified and certificated staff. This is beyond the professional development that is given to the groups in Newark Unified. These is funds to support professional learning district-wide for teachers and classified staff if they wish to attend. 1.8 is instructional program subscriptions. These are continuing subscriptions that are critical to the instructional delivery, academic services, and student engagement. Instructional program subscriptions include Apex, which is credit recovery, Google, which is our system-wide platform, Character Strong, iReady, and A2A, which is our attendance gathering information. 1.9 is our additional contract and services for language support. This is for LPAC testing assessment to make sure that we have qualified trained people administering the LCAP to our students in the most equitable environment. 1.10 is our EL liaisons at every single site. Our EL liaison at each site support our English learner progress monitoring and communication with families, teachers, and administrators to specifically address the needs of our LTELs, which are our long-term English learners, which are 13.3% of our English learners. 1.11 is additional support for site-level activities. These, in this, you will see that this is the money for SIPSAs that go out to each site. There is a goal, or excuse me, a action plan in each of the goals. So this one for goal 1 is 1.11. You'll see this again in goal 2, and you'll see this again in goal 3. All of those 3 together are then pushed out to the different school sites, and that becomes their SIPSA budgets. For goal 2, which is student achievement. Oh, sorry about that. Yep, sorry. We're still on goal 1. Sorry about that. Is 1.12 is the academic achievement of students with disabilities. This is a 0.3 FTE to support our coordination of services team and to implement and ensure students receive services that are defined, as well as coordinate students, families, teachers, and services. Our 1.13 is our technology refresh. And of course, this does not cover the entire district of the technology refresh, but it is a starting point and the beginning of a technology refresh for student devices based on an equity lens of need. And again, this is just a jumping off point for the district. In goal 2, we have 2.1, additional contract services for language support. This is the cost of our universal communication platform, which is Parent Square, that supports primary language communications between students, families, and schools and district staff. The funds for the school to provide additional interpretation services as needed. So if there's an extra need for interpretation services that are not covered by any of our myriad of different programs at the district, then this will pick that up as well. On 2.2 is our data management systems as our online platform to provide legal documentation in all languages, document and publish data, and to accurately gather and report data using a technology tech located in the IT department. And so this 2.3 is parent workshops. These are the, oh dear. So 2.3 is wrong, and I will fix that. Sorry about that. So parent workshops are our Parent Institute for Quality Education, which we already provide. Our California Association for Bilingual Education, which we already provide. And our plan for this year is to also provide at least 8 monthly meetings for our parents to talk about local issues at our schools. On 2.4, additional site-level activities. This is our SIPSA. On 2.5 is mental health and other support for our families, is our wellness services for students and families. and to continue partnerships with mental health clinicians to support and serve in a nurturing, safe, equitable, and respectful environment. This covers all wellness services for all students at every site. 2.6 is the manager of parent engagement and health services. That's one position. Coordinator for college, career, and community services at a second position. And these people engage our families in workshop, leadership, and other processes that support parents to be advocates for students. It also covers a 0.5 FTE for a community liaison. In our goal 3, conditions of learning, our 3.1 is Program Administrator of Science, a 0.5 FTE, Program Administrator of Science to oversee science literacy, environmental science, and teaching and learning of STEAM. 3.2 is our library hours of operation and educational supplies and support. These are the additional hours for library clerks, data management systems of textbook and library books, and to purchase award-winning literature for site libraries. 3.3 is our biliteracy pathway and recognition and reclassification celebration. And we do need to celebrate our wins and to cultivate an access-based view of multilingual learners and foster a celebration of multilingual achievement at all levels, including reclassification and the seal of biliteracy. 3.4 is our science education. The funding gives us environmental education and science camp and provides hands-on opportunities for not only our 5th grade students, but all our students in TK through 5, some in 6 and 12. Our 3.5 STEM initiative is support materials for the STAR Lab and Family Code Nights. Our 3.6 is additional site-level activities for our SIPSAs. 3.7, there's no 3.7, and then 4.1 is our equity multiplier goal, and this is for Bridgepoint High School. These funds will be used for a homeschool liaison to monitor the attendance and achievement data to create individualized student plans for academic engagement to support the red indicators identified by the California School Dashboard in 2023. So this is our next steps. Okay, so we have questions. We gather your feedback and recommendations. We gather the community feedback from this presentation. We present the revised LCAP for the report, discussion, and approval. And it says June 22nd because that's when it needs to be put into board docs for our June 25th meeting. We submit to Alameda County Office of Education the entire approved LCAP by June 30th.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions?
Questions from the board? Number 1.
Actually, I have 2 questions. In regards to item 3.5, the STEM initiative, support materials for STAR Lab and Family Code Night, we recently eliminated the TOSA for technology. So it's more of a district, this question is more for Superintendent Vakar. How are we going to be able to support that goal?
It's actually my question. And so we figured in the cost of time carding for the support of that for the Family Code Nights.
I know, but who is going to be running it? Oh. Is there going to be a Family Code Night?
Well, we're planning on it. Who's going to be running it? I'm not sure. That is a district question.
Yes.
And so at this time, I don't have an answer for that, but it was something that the Ed Services team will be working on.
So it is something that we will be continuing.
Yes, that is the plan, and that's why it's actually listed in here and why there are still funds set set aside for it.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the clarification. And then secondly, for 4.1, the homeschool liaison, is that for, would that be for Crossroads and not for Bridgepoint?
No, it's for Bridgepoint only because it is about, even though Crossroads is an independent study
Yeah.
program, so, you know, they already have, because of the nature of their program, built in about, you know, not being there. Like, for example, they can stay or they can go back to their home school. But for Bridgepoint, what they're looking for is the completion of program for our graduation, and to make sure that our students at Bridgepoint are pursuing college or career and they're ready for that.
Okay. I think I was just confused of the title because it said homeschool liaison, meaning for independent study.
Oh, I see. I get what you're saying.
Okay.
I do apologize for that. So basically, this person would be looking at all the data. We do have an attendance clerk at Bridgepoint, so it'd be all the data, and then, you know, targeting those students that really need the in-depth instruction. And so would be doing home visits, would be, you know, working with the principal of Bridgepoint and the counselor there, making sure that they're defining a path, and we are all together, ensuring that that path is successful.
Great. And then my last comment is item 2.2, the data management system. I really do believe, and this is also again directed to district leadership, this is something that I will be requesting later on, is that we do take a look at all of our data management systems, all of our internal systems, and reevaluating them to see if it is currently meeting our needs. I know that a lot of the systems that we're currently using are old or outdated, and we don't revisit them, you know, every few years to see if there's better or more improved systems out there. And I think that has been a disadvantage in the district. And I'm glad to see that it's on here again. So thank you.
Other questions from the board? Member Thomas.
3.4, science education, the $100,000, what does that pay for?
Okay, so, sorry, I need to go to the actual plan, so if you give me 1 second here. Okay, so 2.4?
3.4.
Oh, 3.4.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Okay. So I'm going to read you the whole thing. That's okay. So the Environmental Literacy Plan of NUSD, AKA the Network Goes Outdoors, the new GO, which was presented on by Ms. Leonore before, prioritizes outdoor education for all students. We believe creating a lasting connection between students and their environment is crucial to the learning process. Environmental learning opportunities increase content knowledge, skills, and consciousness, especially as students examine how humans' actions contribute to climate change and sustainability. Students learn quickly and demonstrate better attention and longer retention of skills when learning takes place in outdoor environments. And students have opportunities to apply learning to real-world contexts. Furthermore, exposure to nature through these programs enhances learners' cognitive functions, self-discipline, and character development. Numerous physical and mental health benefits accrue from spending time outdoors, such as reduced stress and loneliness and increased physical activity and resilience.
So, excuse me, that,
Yeah, I'm getting to
I just
that.
wanted to know what it was.
Yeah.
So I assume it's for tangible things like buses,
Right,
for field
buses,
trips and.
but field trips and community organizations to the East Bay Regional Park. So that would be busing there and also going. Tool Ponds, Don Edwards, San Francisco Bay National Wildlife Refuge, the Monterey Bay Aquarium, to organize experiences. We also make sure that all of those are implemented with our FOSS module for grade levels, and then the science camps and their buses, and the overnight, teachers that stay overnight receive a stipend for those science camps.
Thank you.
Additional questions from the board? So, Ms. Bachowski, I have a couple questions, but first off, thank you for your presentation. It's very thorough, and thank you for leading this effort. And I know that given the number of participants, I'm sure, it was challenging, just because managing that many people is, it's a difficult thing. So thank you for all your work in doing that. A couple of a clarification and then some questions. I've heard sometimes from some people that there's a perception that the LCAP is separate from kind of what the board and the district do, and I think that and these are perceptions, but that's an incorrect perception, right? So the board essentially is the sponsor of the LCAP activities, right? We're the ones that appoint the representatives, and I think that one of the things that's important, and we're seeing this in a lot of different areas, is that at the end of the day, the board is really providing the strategic direction and the goals, and then that really needs to filter down. And I think that we saw some disconnects in our last meeting where we saw that at the sites, people were sometimes pursuing agendas that were not aligning with our goals. And we spent a lot of time last summer, multiple rounds, actually discussing what we thought were the most important issues facing our district and the goals that we needed to articulate. And we actually put them in order of importance. And number one, and by the way, I think that the goals that you have here, for the most part, are aligning, which is great. But one thing that would be even better is to provide even further explicit connection to say, here's LCAP goal 1, which ties to board goal 1, right? So board goal 1 is academic outcomes, it's achievement, right? In this situation, right, those two align. The next one, number 2, you've got engagement. That's actually our goal number 3. But that's fine. But what we said was, and kind of the logic around how we set this up, is we said, at the end of the day, right, we're a school district and academic outcomes are the most important thing that we need to focus in on. And that's what our community members care about. But number 2, school safety is our number 2 environment. If people don't feel like they have a safe learning environment, they're not going to enroll in our schools. And so that's your goal number 3. It would be great to actually move it up and have it be goal number 2. But what a couple of areas that I'm just a little bit concerned about is when we look at the specifics. So if we look at goal number 1, student achievement, so I'm speaking as a teacher here. I have a certain perspective on this. So my feeling is that where academic outcomes really happen is in the classroom. It's the teachers interacting with the students that actually produce the results. And I don't see as much of a focus here. I see that we're spending almost $500,000 on counselors, and counselors certainly provide an important role, but I don't think that they are directly connected to academic outcomes. And so I think that that's something that we ought to think about. In terms of DLI, I'm a little bit disappointed, and the reason why is that we're spending a massive amount of money here. We're spending almost $1.2 million, and yet we've had this program in operation for 4 years, and what we've said in our goal number 1 is we are trying to increase our reading and math scores by 2% overall across all populations and at 5% for specific subgroups. And if we look at the situation of Schilling where this is targeted, not only are we not making increases, we're going in the opposite direction. And so I think that we really need to consider, do we have the right strategy here? And that's a massive amount of money. And I can't see us spending that money without producing the results that we're laying out. So that's a concern. But the other concern that I have, and this sort of filters through a couple of other areas, if we look at 1.5, teaching and learning with STEAM. So we're allocating $55,000 for STEAM here. We're allocating, if we go a little bit across other areas, where's the other areas here? If we go to 3.5, we're allocating $33,000. So a total of $88,000 that we're saying that we're going to spend on STEAM. And yet, in our earlier discussion, just the prior agenda item before this, where we're talking about the bond, and we saw the results from Godby, the number 2 thing that our community is asking for, and this is scientific data, right? So this is literally, these guys are statisticians. They're calling a whole bunch of people. It's not just anecdotal viewpoints. The number 2 thing that people wanted to see in this bond measure was promoting STEAM. And yet, so here we are, we're saying that we're only spending $88,000 on STEAM here, which is our number 2 priority, and we're spending $1.2 million on DLI, which is not producing results. And so, I mean, I really think that that's something that we ought to reconsider and think about. So, so those are my comments.
I would like to also couple your comments with the fact that there is science education 3.4. With that, I asked about that 100,000, but also 104,000 for program administration for that 100,000. It seems pretty high, and it almost feels. I know it's good for the kids, but and the students, but it almost feels like it's secondary to the student achievement that we're trying to get.
Sorry, but I disagree on the, on both your statements, actually. In terms of allocating that amount of money for counselors, I view counselors, high school counselors, as crucial to, and they may not teach in the classroom, but they do provide guidance and the ability to help students really direct where to meet the requirements to be able to complete A through G and to have a career, either graduating high school and going to a 4-year college, which our counselors have been doing amazing jobs. There are a lot of our students who graduated this year who are going to UCs and Brown and USC, so elite schools. So for you to say that, to disregard the amount of money that we're spending through the LCAP to help kids who are in those significant minority groups, to not be able to have access to the same resources, that's frustrating to me. And then also, in terms of the STEM allocations, I do agree with, I think they are aligned, and if anything, I would wish that we could allocate more money in STEM. And also, I think that DLI is crucial. If we want to be able to turn the program around, we do have to increase the pay for our BCLAD certified teachers so that we can get additional resources to be able to support that and have a wonderful program. But I think it's short-sighted to look at this and say, hey, that the money that you're allocating is not correct, and that we should move money around in different areas, especially if it impacts students, and that counselors don't impact students. They absolutely impact students in a positive way. And I myself could have graduated early from college if I had gone to see my college counselors, which I chose not to. But they're a resource that isn't tapped into at the high school. And if they did, more of our kids would be, A through G, college career ready. And I have seen that. I've seen the work, and I believe in the work that our counselors at the high school do. So, and I appreciate that, because there are so many of our underserved students who are going to amazing colleges next year because of their work.
Okay, other questions or comments? Okay, so thank you, Ms. Buchowski, for the great report. Thank you.
Just one clarification, two items. There's a clarification, I think, on next steps. I think it needs to say approval for June 25th, correct?
It does, but I did need to put the board docs in by June 22nd, so all of the adjustments need to be in by June 22nd.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification versus the report that's
Correct.
coming to board.
But I can make it different, that's fine.
Just want to make sure. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
And then thank you very much for your work on this. Pam, thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 10.4, budget update. Ms. Parks, would you like to speak first, or would you like to speak after the presentation? Okay.
You're probably going to have to extend the board meeting.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do, yeah. We normally do it at 9:30.
I can do it now.
I'm here, Bill, so I'm able to unmute as necessary.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We're just trying to pull up the report.
So I wouldn't want you to miss out on any of this. Yeah, there's no time certain.
So joining me on the line is Beth Figueroa, CPA, who was instrumental in so many of the details of this budget. And so we're going to be kind of tag teaming a little bit this presentation. I'll be talking, and she'll be talking, and as well Superintendent Picard. So go ahead and proceed. First slide, please. And you see some of the agenda of what we're going to be looking at today. Next slide, please. So we're covering, obviously, the rest of this year's budget and 25-26 and 26-27. We're mainly focused on the general fund. We'll mention some things about the restricted fund. The budget will be adopted a week from now for the board, which will go to the board next week. Then they are submitted to the county, and the county then, within a few days, after they adopt, we can submit 5 days, and then they're going to either approve, disapprove, or conditionally approve. So that's kind of the logistics of what's happening next. Next slide. So when you come in some of the assumptions were gathered from school services May revision dartboard, which a significant number of school districts would use as common assumptions. A lot of counties will use these as common assumptions. Couple things to note here. First, if you notice the COLA, and obviously this is kind of a reflection of what the economy is, 23-24, and you kind of see the COLA predictions for the future are not really looking like very significantly healthy COLAs compared to the past. The other two things to look at is the STRS employer rates and the PERS employer rates. While it's nice and good that the STRS employer rates have continued stable, you'll notice that the PERS employer rate percentages are continuing to increase every year. So go to the next slide, please. And we wanted to put it in here in terms of dollars. So you can see STRS costs in terms of dollars and the PERS costs. So if you look at next year's budget, 24-25, 9.2 million and 3 million are going towards those things the state is requiring us to pay. So it's important to note this is significant money, and in the PERS situation, it is continuing to increase. Any questions on that before we move on? Okay, next slide, please. So Beth, you want to take this one?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Bill, and thank you, members of the board and Superintendent Picard, for the opportunity to speak with you today about the 24-25 budget. And so I'm going to start here by providing an overview of the revenues for the 24-25 budget. And so just some high-level items that we want to call out for you today is, as we look at the revenue for 24-25, what we see is that the revenue is projected to be $77.1 million in the general fund. The local control funding formula is really the largest portion of revenue for the general fund. And then the other pieces that I would just call out is that we do see that the revenue is decreasing, and that's really due to a few different items. And we're going to see a lot of these themes repeated in today's presentation. And so the first item is ESSER funds. If we look at the federal dollars, those are decreasing, and that's just due to the influx of one-time money in prior years. Same story when we look at the state revenue. There's been local recovery funds that were received in prior years that are not ongoing, and so they're no longer going to be included in the budget. And then the local revenue, when we look at that, you might see a fairly substantial dip, and this really is twofold. And so the first piece is that there's a GASB adjustment that's made for fair market value adjustments, and this amount is really not known at this point. It's not estimable. It's not really cash. It's just an adjustment that has to be made on the books. And so that adjustment will be reflected in the first interim report. And then the other piece is donations. And so those are items that we budget conservatively and as those donations are received. And so that's really the change that we see there for local revenues. Next slide, please. And so next, as we start transitioning to look at expenditures, I want to just highlight a few items that you can familiarize yourself with. And then once we go to the next slide, we'll start digging into some more detail. But the main differences that you will see here are going to be in those categories: the books and materials, services and other operating, as well as the capital outlay. And this is going to be a lot of those same stories. The big reduction in expenses, what you'll see is on that restricted side. And so here's that same story coming up again, the ending and sunsetting of those one-time dollars. And so as we go to the next slide, here are just some additional details related to changes in expenditures. And so first, I just want to call out that the district does spend approximately 75% of its budget on salaries and benefits. And that is always going to be the district's largest expense. It's important that we invest in our teachers and our personnel. And as Bill previously highlighted, with while we have our STRS rates remaining stable, we have our PERS rates continuing to increase annually. And so every single year, though, the cost of just human resources is going to continue to grow. And so that's something that we have to adjust for as we look at the budget. Books and supplies, we've already covered this, but there is that difference when we look at 23-24 estimated actuals versus 24-25 budget. That's just because the district has been spending down those one-time dollars. And so as we prepared the budget, it was looking through all of those spending categories and saying, yes, this is ongoing expense, or no, these items are no longer continuing because the funds are no longer continuing. Another piece I wanted to call out is that in order to really manage the budget and making sure that we are creating and putting the district in sound financial position, there was a 15% reduction that was made to school site and departmental budgets in 24-25. And this is really in the discretionary spending categories. We know that there are some things that we cannot decrease. Utilities are a good example. Obviously, that 15% cannot be applied across the board to every single spending category, but that was a piece that was incorporated into the budget. We also incorporated California CPI rates so that we were adjusting for inflation, just because something is going to cost a different or higher amount next school year than it cost for the same thing in the 23-24 fiscal year. And then the other thing I do want to highlight and call out is that the district is anticipating some future savings through the implementation of just some sound purchasing and procurement procedures. And so that is just another thing that was incorporated into these budget assumptions.
Beth, before just go on, one thing I want to kind of highlight is that third to last bullet there about the department budget. One of the things that certainly we noticed is maybe not quite as detailed or properly necessarily identified as they should be department budgets. And so what we're doing here, I felt it's been a little loose in terms of some of that. So we're going to have department budgets and educate all departments on you have to live within your budget. So kind of what's happened is you kind of spend and then you're like, well, then make a request. So everyone who has a budget has to kind of learn to live within that budget. I don't think that necessarily was as strongly implemented.
Do we currently have department budgets?
Well, I would say, Beth, you can comment on that because you put them together, but I would say sort of. And that was the issue, was that there's a sort of a department budget, but it didn't include everything that the department would necessarily need. And so I'll give an example, overtime. So you'd have a department that may not necessarily have an overtime within the budget, then they're asking for overtime from somebody else, as an example. Well, that should be built within the budget, so they're managing their own overtime and not just somebody else. So is that fair to say, Beth, we kind of put everything that was already there together, correct, and then applied to 15%?
Yes, correct. There are departmental budgets, and within the department budgets, there's everything from, if we think about the materials and supplies that they may need to purchase, but then there are some other items that just fall under that specific manager. I know I used utilities as an example. And so, but yes, there are departmental budgets that were
So the attempt on that is to
included. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that, Bill?
No, I was just going to say that, does that answer your question? I mean, the attempt is to make sure that people are living within a budget, and that's maybe not as well enforced as it might have been.
Well, normally, right, there is a budgeting process. So that any organization goes through. And then at some point that's codified. And then normally after that, you track your variances and you say, okay, here, budget to actual. So do we have that process in place in our district?
Well, I mean, you're a few months longer than me. The answer, at least at the time I've been here, is no. Unless superintendent at the time that she's been here knows. But from my observation, the answer is no.
Okay, so target-rich environment. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, proceed. Next slide, please.
Yes, absolutely. And so the next slide that we have here are covering the contributions. And so the district makes contributions, and this is going funds from the unrestricted general fund to restricted programs. And so first we have our special education program. And so this is really looking at the contribution year over year from really the lens of our multi-year projections. And so this is projected to increase year over year. And I would just add here that this is holding all services the same as currently operated. So this is going to increase though year over year because we have step and column increases we must adjust for. We've already talked about PERS, STIRS, and then just the ongoing costs of contracted services as well as there's those sub-agreements. And then the other contribution that the district makes is for routine or restricted routine maintenance. And this is 3% of general fund expenditures. And we will see that 23-24 is higher, and that would be, again, going just twofold. As expenses are higher, the contribution is also going to be higher because it's 3% of all general fund expenses. And then the other pieces, as capital projects occur, that's when the district has to pull from committed funds, and it's accounted for within that resource code. So that is why 23-24 is higher than the projected years, because the projected years are really that base 3%.
The one thing
Next slide.
Before you do that, the one thing I just kind of would point out to the board, and I've mentioned this before, is special education. Special education, we're not necessarily increasing in students, and we're not necessarily increasing significant service. Now, every time that can hit variance due to step and column, like she mentioned, or PERS rates or whatever. You could also have a student has, more significant needs as well. But that shouldn't account for that kind of a thing where I think the costs are increasing probably more than just accounting for that. So that has to be reviewed. So, next slide, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. And so zooming out now and looking at the multi-year projections for unrestricted. And so we've spent a little bit of time diving into the 23-24 estimated actuals, as well as the 24-25 adopted budget. But then also a part of adopting the budget is looking at those 2 years out. And so a few things that just wanting to highlight here is really that accumulation of deficit spending. So in 23-24, we're projecting that deficit of $2.7 million. However, this amount is projected to increase just year over year. And so really just highlighting by 26-27 that annual deficit spending has increased to over $9 million. And so on the next slide, this is where we start kind of seeing how this ongoing deficit spending impacts our fund balance. And so we have sufficient reserves to sustain our current spending levels if we look at 24-25 and into 25-26. However, really the alarming piece, or the piece that really we have work to do as a district, is that 26-27 year, because that is when we see that the unrestricted general fund is projecting a negative fund balance of the $5.3 million. And so that is really the high level view of the unrestricted side. And then the next slide is looking at the restricted portion of the general fund. And so as we look at the restricted resources, we see that most of the items that are funded here, this is where our special education falls, Title 1, 2, 3 programs are all falling in the restricted resources. And so here we don't see the deficits that we see in the unrestricted side. And a lot of that is because those revenues that come in are booked and recorded at the same time that those expenses come in. The reason we see that deficit in 23-24 is due to those one-time funds. Just the accounting treatment of those is different. And so the timing of the revenue coming in were in prior years. And so in 23-24, the deficit's because we're spending down those dollars. And so, as we mentioned, those ESSER funds, the Learning Recovery Block Grant, those are not ongoing. So those have ended. And so next slide is where we just want to highlight for you just some important items that we've been discussing as we look at balancing the budget, and just some different things and methods that the district can use in order to continue to improve the financial position of the district. I will say that some of these items are already well underway, and as the multi-year projections were coming out, and I know there was a board member that mentioned, truing up, like, this is your department budget. What did the department actually do? And that was a part of the budget process, I was evaluating what was spent, what did we say we were going to spend, and what did we spend? And I could definitely see a lot of movement in the right direction. And then as we continue in the future, some of the items that we want to highlight is really looking at utilizing an attrition model. And so as positions become vacant, it's going to be really important that each position is evaluated on a position-by-position basis, and potentially, like, is there an opportunity to restructure or realign responsibilities? And so that is one of those key things that the district can do to help move towards balancing the budget. We've also already talked about improving purchasing and procurement procedures and identifying ways that we can save on things such as contracted services. Are there contracts with certain vendors for materials and supplies that are being bought year over year? Those are all opportunities where the district can capture some cost savings. Another item is right sizing and aligning departmental responsibilities and duties. Again, just making sure that every department and group of individuals is working as efficiently as possible, and sometimes those alignments have to take place. And then the other piece is as we've talked about, some categorical funding resources they're sunsetting, they're ending, and so each categorical resource or a position that's funded by those restricted resources, if that resource ends and that position continues, what happens is it ends up getting reabsorbed into that general fund unrestricted pot. And so it's really important to evaluate each of those positions that's funded by a categorical resource, particularly if it's not ongoing. And so the next slide, and the last slide here for the presentation, is just looking at some of the other funds. And so when we look at other funds for the 24-25 fiscal year, each fund is projected to end with a positive ending fund balance. When we look at our projections and the assumptions that were used for preparation of these fund budgets, just the same assumptions apply. So if there's personnel, for example, adult education and child development and the cafeteria fund, there's personnel in those funds. And so those same assumptions were provided. Another piece I will say is if you compare the estimated actuals versus the projected budget, you might see some differences. And one of the big differences that you will see go back to that fair market value adjustment. So those are items that are not known until the new year. And so those adjustments occur at first interim, and the larger the fund balance, just the larger that fair market value adjustment is going to be. And so that concludes my portion of the presentation, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Before we take questions, if I could just make a couple other comments. Beth, thank you so much for that amazing presentation. You've just done an incredible amount of work on our budget and getting us prepared moving into the new year. One of the things I do want to note is when we were talking about the multiple year projection and we were looking at, in particular, 25-26, remember, when we did our first interim budget and even when we did our unaudited actuals, that was a budget year that we were in the red. And so we worked really hard to get through where we actually are not in the red anymore. We're actually back in the black, right? And we still have a positive budget now for the 25-26. We had to do the same kind of work for 26-27 and continue solving to be able to right-size that budget so that we can live within it. So we've got a little bit of time to be able to do that. But those are the adjustments that we really need to work on and work on these strategies to continue doing that. The other thing that perhaps we could have done a better job with this year is we lost programs due to funding that was being eliminated. We really need to go back and do a better evaluation at staff. And so still going back this coming year and taking a look at that staff that got moved into the general fund because we missed the timeline, it'll be important for us to go back and still do more analysis next year because those were positions that were funded by specialized funds that we're actually now incurring this coming year. So those will be things that we will need to go back and go take a look at because we didn't do a very good job identifying all those positions. And so that will be something that we have some additional work that we need to work on. Again, that attrition model, every time someone does leave, we do need to go through and really evaluate how do we make that work differently. Obviously, if it's a classroom and we've lost a science teacher, we have to replace the science teacher if that's still a need based on our student apportionment that we have for that assignment. That's a different situation. It will also be different here if we need to replace a custodian because the custodian leaves either due to retirement or resignation. We want to go back and evaluate whether those services are needed. I can tell you right now they are, but there are other positions that we do need to look at every single position and treat them each with just as much importance as they come about. Thank you.
So, Ms. Parks, would you like to make your comments now?
So first of all, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I would ask that I hope that this can be uploaded so that the public can see all of them because
Absolutely.
there's presentations that are being given this evening, like the Godby that were not uploaded, and you're using my time. Hold on, I'm using my time here. Okay. First of all, I do have a couple questions about the budget, and this isn't. This is my concern in that I'm a very A-type personality and I believe in having accurate information and wanting to say that if you have revenue, you need to show it. If you have expenditures, you need to show it. And it just coming from a perspective of trying to be accurate. So on page 15, the budget indicates that the unduplicated pupil count is 54.7%. Yet on page 2 of the LCAP, it indicates 53.41. Which one is correct? On page 20 and on page 44, in your multi-year projections and your revenue assumptions, both pages indicate you're projecting in the 24-25 an increase in ADA to 93.5%. Yet in 25-26 and 26-27, your ADA drops to 91%. Why would it drop? Prior to COVID in 2019-2020, the district had been in an ADA ratio of 97.4%. And this has been one area that has been identified as an increase that you can use to increase revenue. Why would you forecast such a significant negative drop in revenue the two outline years unless you're trying to hide revenue? This negative drop allows the budget to reflect higher deficits in those 2 years, which is reflected on page 22 and other pages. On page 24, there is a list of some items to improve the district's financial position. If I could add a few other areas. To review what was mentioned earlier, that stipend and that overtime report. I highly encourage that. Ensuring correct salaries for each position. Ensuring only board-authorized expenditures. And ensuring proper classification of those special ed students, as was mentioned earlier. On page 64, it lists a number of certificated non-management FTE positions. The number cited at the second interim is the same number carried through 24-25 budget year, along with the subsequent 2 years. Is that the same for, and is the same for FTE positions for the classified? The district's position is that you're forecasting a flat line in enrollment, and you're flatlining your FTE, and yet your pages show a decrease in enrollment. So why wouldn't your FTE be then decreasing also? Your management supervision confidential group, though, did show the 1 decrease from your second interim until to this new year. So you do show a dropping the 1. On page 90, Fund
So
17.
Okay, just go ahead.
On page 90, your Fund 17, your special reserve, and on page 106, your Fund 40, the Russian money, you have a significant decrease in your local revenue, which is your interest that you get on those accounts, and yet you have little to no expenditures. So why wouldn't your revenue from your local, what's considered local, why wouldn't that stay the same? Which is, again, it's showing a decrease in revenue. Then on page 100, your developer fees shows that you're only expending $40,000 for services and other operating expenditures. The majority of the Newark Memorial Track and Field project will take place during this new fiscal year. Why aren't they listed in the 24-25 expenditures, or was it encumbered in this current year? Again, my reason for bringing this all to you is so that we have accurate information of revenue versus expenditures, and I will leave this list with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Would you like, Beth? We can answer some of those questions now.
So can you provide an explanation?
Yes.
Of the
Well-
ADA issue?
Beth? Oh. Could you unmute Beth, please?
Beth, can we hear you?
Beth, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I wasn't entirely clear. Are you wanting me to just address some of the items that were mentioned?
Yes, and I think the board president also mentioned about the ADA.
The ADA, okay. I did my best to take notes, and so please bear with me. And I do want to make sure that I provide an accurate response. There might be some where I can provide some, like an initial response, but I might want to, I just don't want to misspeak on certain items. And so the first thing I want to mention is the unduplicated pupil count. We are definitely happy to take a look at the difference between what was noted in the budget document versus the LCAP. I will just mention that for the budget, there's really 2 different UPC numbers that we look at. So first is there's the single year unduplicated pupil count percentage, and then there's the 3-year rolling average unduplicated pupil count percentage. And so the district is funded on the 3-year, but then when we look at the LCAP, it might be looking at something different. And so I know Rochelle covered this previously with our LCAP documents. We did provide our LCAP to the county, and they have reviewed it, and they signed off on it. We provided them the LCFF calculator, and so I'm happy to look into specifically why the numbers are different, but we do use different UPC percentages depending on what we're specifically referring to, whether it be LCAP versus LCFF and how the district is funded. So there are sometimes some slight subtle differences. Other items that were mentioned were the ADA. I will say that this was something that me and some others in the business office, we spent a lot of, I would say, hours pouring our time into getting that projected ADA percentage She mentioned the 93.5% in 24-25 and some of those out years being lower. She is correct that some of those prior years were 97%, but though there were definitely some anomaly years, and some of the reason is because things are like a snapshot as of, like there's a snapshot date in CalPads. So it calculates, I think it's like October 2nd, for example. But even after October 2nd, we know that enrollment continues to change and fluctuate. So sometimes there ends up being anomalies in percentages. And so that was just, so even though there was, for example, the 97.4% in prior years, that we do not believe that actually, if you were to look every single day, 97.4% of students are attending and showing up in school. I made a list of the ways to improve, and I appreciate that. When looking at the position numbers, and I'm happy to go back with Bill and Superintendent Vakar to look at these. I would say that I was always trained that we don't have, like, I cannot reduce positions if they have not been actually reduced in. And so since any subsequent future layoffs have not happened, that is one of the reasons those numbers are held consistent.
And I would concur with that comment. That's a very common practice to make, that we would not reduce any employees inside the three multiple year projections. However, we would want to look at strategies to be able to do those reductions.
Thank you. And then just looking at Fund 17 and Fund 40, the decrease in revenue, those, I know I talked in my presentation about that fair market value adjustment that takes place, and that is one of the largest differences. It should, like the object code, I know that interest was cited, and it rolls up into interest, but it actually is a fair market value adjustment per GASB, and so those will be booked as of first interim. And then in those specific funds, the expense side are budgeted as projects are identified, and this is just consistent with, I know I was looking back at past budgets as well as just my training and working in business, and as the district identifies specific capital projects, those would be things and contracts that would be taken to the board, and then upon board adoption, that's when they would be added into the budget. So that's why those amounts on the expense side, those will be adjusted as the year goes on. And then I know something about developer fees, but those are the notes that I captured, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Yes, and we do have your sheet here, and we'll be looking this over, and we'll be getting in touch with you with a little more details and specifics on some of these questions.
Well, and can you help me again with the ADA part, because I'm not sure I'm understanding. So right, there should be some standard or some formula that we're using. And so how, can you explain again how we're doing that?
Yes, Beth.
Beth, did you hear the question?
Yeah, I did not hear the question fully. I apologize if you don't mind.
Could you summarize once again the question about ADA and why the difference, and
So what standards are we using for the projections? And by the way, and I'm sorry, I just need to make a little comment, and I know that this isn't of your making, but when the state puts together things that say, like dartboard, that kind of makes me worried. But go ahead.
Yes, for enrollment, what was used to produce the enrollment projections, there's a group of, which I would just shout them out. They were fabulous. They meet weekly. They are so in touch with the applications that are coming into the district office. And so we used their enrollment projections as our basis for the 24-25 fiscal year. And then we looked at what attrition rates were in prior years, and we applied those attrition rates to those future budget years. And then, as was previously mentioned, we have to take projected enrollment and then turn that into ADA amounts. And so I know I'm happy to go back and dig into deeper about the percentages, but I know that we were looking at historical attendance rates. We were looking at CalPADS reports in order to determine what amount of enrollment will ultimately come into what is the ADA. The other piece that I just want to, and just kind of nuance when looking at this, is that the district, there's that the 3-year being funded higher than. So when we look at what's your enrollment, what's your ADA versus what's your funded ADA, those amounts can fluctuate fairly significantly, or there could be some big variances between those just because you're looking at a 3-year span, as well as the district declining in enrollment. And so in the budget book, there was a chart that I had included that kind of looked at all of those different moving pieces, just because they're kind of all of those items are going into the analysis and evaluation of just those projections.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Member Thomas?
Yeah, I'd like to ask, you mentioned the 15% reduction in site and department budgets.
Yes.
And yet, if you look at services and other expenses, you're projecting a minus 25% for those. So there's, and you mentioned also utilities, things like that, maintenance, they're pretty steady. You can't just say they're going to go down by 15%.
They're not even going to go down, they're going to go up.
Yeah, they're going to go up.
They're going to go up.
So if it's 15% for site and department budgets, and yet it's 25% overall, what are you cutting to get down to the 25% on services and other operating?
I'd have to look into that a
Yes.
little bit, but Beth, you
Thank
have
you,
any
Bill.
insight?
Oh, you want me to, oh, yes. So I will go, so the 25% reduction is when we look at both the unrestricted and restricted categories. And so a large decrease is going to be seen on that restricted side, and that is expenses that were ESSER related, and I'd be more than happy to pull out more detail on that. But though there was also some cafeteria funds that came in for a project, there were a lot of other local grants that were in 23, 24 that are no longer continuing in 24, 25. So there's.
So basically, some of the services are stopping that were funded usually through
Correct.
ESSER one-time funds.
Okay, and then another thing was we were told in March that we would be reducing our FTE for our certificated employees by something like 6. And yet if you look at the P2 ADA or the P2 FTE, it continues on. So there's no reduction in FTE. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I think a portion of it has actually come through attrition, right? So I think some of our FTE, are you asking about people?
Yeah,
I wanna make sure
I'm asking about in the budget. I mean, what positions, what certificated
if I can
positions
help out a
are
little.
gone?
Great question. So, we had our TOSAs that went back into open positions, and then the
Okay.
positions that we reduced are ones through attrition, through either resignations, retirements, or non-reelects. So those bodies are going back into open FTEs that we have, so we can ensure that we meet the 6 FTE reduction in next year's budget for 24, 25.
Okay, so you're pretty sure we've reduced 6
Yeah,
FTEs?
so we had the one counselor, right, we had the TOSAs, and we've had additional spots that have fallen off based on attrition, and I'll highlight a few of those points this evening as well when we get to the HR reorganization
Thank you.
structure. You're welcome.
Member Nguyen?
Thank you Beth, for the presentation, and Bill and all of the staff for working on the budget. I really appreciate that the executive summary is back in the budget report. We've missed it in the first interim and second interim. So I really do appreciate that. So my question is, do we still have time to increase the unduplicated pupil count, especially since enrollment is still going on? And if we could possibly get beyond the 55% so that we can get the additional concentration grant?
Well, I mean, that's based upon the students that are here, so there's nothing we can do to necessarily increase, the percentage to make it up to 60%. We can't.
No, I mean, like, because a lot of the families during enrollment, they don't fill out the forms. So
I see what you're saying.
are we being proactive in making sure that we're
question.
capturing that additional
Oh, you're
if
saying-
we're
sure.
missing it?
You're making
Because I know
sure.
I don't fill it out. But, and
I did an infomercial now.
I know, and I appreciated,
No, that
I
makes sense.
appreciated staff who calls me and then
Well-
they go through the process and I fill it out. But but I'm just giving you an example of like what happens during enrollment. We don't catch it, or, families who think that,
Yeah.
that it's not
No.
necessary because, my kid
Excellent point.
doesn't eat lunch at school or whatever reason, right? But so I think in the last several years, in prior years, we've had campaigns to call out.
We still
to-
have campaigns, so
Okay.
we are still continuing with campaigns, and they've been very successful. And I think because of that, I think we've gotten the results that we have, and so they have shifted up for our duplicated, apportionment that we have. We're still not there yet for this year. I mean, we still want to keep monitoring and watching that, but
Okay.
yeah, I think it's a really important point.
And then.
We're almost there.
Okay, and I appreciate our Ms. Parks for making that comment in regards to actually accurately as possible trying to capture expenditures and revenue, because there is on page 23 under unassigned for outlay or for the multi-year projection 2026-27. There's a almost $8 million deficit that, what is that actually? And then why do we have unassigned for 6.6 million in 23-24 and 24-25 and for $4 million? So that's something that I haven't seen in the past in our budget presented to the board. Generally, it's zero cross, and that every, it's really allocated to all of the fund budgets or.
So, I mean, Beth, you can address that. I can also address it too. Beth, you want to take?
I would be happy to address it. I'm just not entirely sure. I would know exactly understanding what specific page. I mean, I didn't
Well,
get the page.
yeah, so-
23.
So it's also on page 39 under the multi-year projection, unrestricted, restricted.
Question is about the unassigned category and,
Yeah.
and the numbers and why 26, 27, 7.9 million unassigned. So we're talking about remember the committed fund balance?
I'm here. I was having a hard time getting off mute. I would just say that through the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards, there's specific criteria for what has to be done in order to assign, commit, move money to specific categories. And so as the board, or should the will of the board be to move those monies to assign or commit, those will be done through board resolution, board adoption. And so since that hasn't been done, that's why they're remaining in that line. When we look forward to next meeting, I know that fund balance, there will be some resolutions on future board meetings. I know that Bill and I are working through, and so that is definitely something that we'd be happy to look at.
Okay, I'm going to have to call a close to this discussion because we're 5 minutes to 10, and I need to make my normal request of extending our meeting to midnight with the expectation that we'll finish earlier. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting
To what time?
to midnight.
I reluctantly.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
They
so.
don't get to vote, I'm sorry. No. Sorry.
So thank you,
Like
Mr.
I'm over in the
Oline
gallery.
and Beth for your presentations, and look forward to hearing more in the future. Okay, so moving on to item 11.1, public hearing. And so this is public hearing on 24-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan. Purpose to present the 24-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan to the public and the Newark Unified School District Board of Education and the board to conduct a public hearing. Staff will recommend the adoption of the 24-25 LCAP at the board meeting on June 25th. So I'm opening the meeting, right? The hearing, sorry. And I'm closing the hearing. Did I do that correctly, Member Thomas? Yeah. Okay. All right, and so now we're going to move on to 11.2, public hearing on 24-25 proposed budget. And purpose is to present the 24-25 proposed budget to the public and Newark Unified School District Board of Education, and for the board to conduct a public hearing. Staff will recommend the adoption of the 24 and 25 budget at the board meeting on June 25th. So opening the hearing. Closing the hearing. Okay. 11.3, public hearing on NUSD initial proposal to CSEA for reopeners for the 24-25 school year. The purpose is to disclose or sunshine the proposal for reopeners, at which time the public has an opportunity to provide input on the proposal prior to the commencement of negotiations between Newark Unified School District and the California School Employees Association. And I don't know whether you need to provide any additional information there.
Do not, just open for hearing.
Okay, all right, so we're opening it for hearing. Okay, and we're closing. Okay, 11.4, public hearing on NTA initial proposal to NUSD for reopeners for the 24-25 school year. Purpose is to publicly disclose or sunshine the proposal for reopeners, at which time the public has an opportunity to provide input on the proposal prior to the commitment of negotiations between Newark Unified School District and the Newark Teachers Association. Okay, and again, just open and close. All right, so we're opening the hearing and we're closing the hearing. Okay, and so we're done with our public hearings. So now we're going to go on to item 12, new business, 12.1, programs and contracts funded by ESSER. So Superintendent.
Thank you. So this evening, we are presenting to you the ESSER analysis. This is something that annually you've had come to you. Do you have this actually on a slide you can pull up? Mr. Peace? I'm hoping you do.
It's on the agenda.
Before you, though, inside your packet, though, was the ESSER pie chart that we wanted to be able to give you. We wanted to show you that our funds basically have been expended. We have a very small carryover, and that carryover will be going towards technology refresh to be able to help support that for the remainder of this year. The funds will be fully expended by September 30th of 2024. So there is a plan in place. Really, what the pie chart shows is just the amount of monies that were spent from 2019 through 20 and 2023-24 for the COVID relief expenditures. And so it's just an overall accumulation of what's been spent. So it's just kind of a piece that actually allows for you to be able to see it. We just want to be able to bring closure to it. This is our final year.
Goodbye, ESSER.
Goodbye, ESSER.
We're going to miss it.
Yeah.
What's that?
We're going to miss it.
Oh, yeah.
What came with ESSER, which is good.
Well, don't miss that. Don't miss COVID.
Okay, any questions from the board on this?
And there's also a detailed analysis page exactly as to what expenditures were spent out that we just wanted to share with you. It's just a snapshot that's inside of our financial accounting system, just so you know where funds were spent. Occasionally, this question still comes up as to, people still think, ESSER is ongoing. It's not. Okay,
great. So moving on to 12.2, contract inspection, Corporation Inspector of Record for Newark Memorial High School Track and Field and Kennedy Fence projects. And so is that Mr. Oline?
Yes, Inspector of Record, IOR, is required by the state, and they inspect to ensure that the project is according to plans and also represents DSA plans. So it's a requirement.
Okay. Any questions from the board regarding the proposal? Member Wen?
Yes.
Just wanted to say thank you for including the agreement, the contract agreement to this agenda item. But I just had a quick question in regards to the DSA, in regards to the previous designer. Were there any DSA submittals when we had from the previous project manager?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an additional work?
No, this is when we're actually going to build, we're installing the project. It's the inspector that's on site, expected to work on site while it's happening.
Okay, so all of the DSA requirements have been
All the
completed?
DSA, yes. In fact, the job of this is to ensure that DSA is being followed.
Okay, great.
That's his requirement. His requirement is to follow DSA.
Okay, so I think later on I'm going to make a request to have staff give us a report of what was done from the prior vendor that we had on the track project and what we're going to be completing in the following phases.
So I can just verbally tell you. So
Okay.
the first architect prepared the plan, submitted the DSA for DSA approval. The next one took the construction plans, tightened up specs and everything else, and prepared all the construction documents for the bid.
Okay, great.
So that's kind of, it was the same amount of work, it just was probably divided into two different companies.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't redundancy in work.
No, it was not redundancy, and it wasn't extra work.
Okay.
If the board had kept the other architect, you would have still paid that money to that architect anyway for the extra services. So, no, yeah, it's the same.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Any additional questions regarding this proposal?
I move approval of the contract.
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Thomas moves, Member Jones seconds. And then do we want to do a roll call, or do you want to try to do it through board docs? Okay.
Member Thomas,
Yes.
Member Wen,
Yes.
Member Plancarte, absent. Member Jones,
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay, so moving on to 12.3, Newark Memorial High School Track and Field renovation, purchase of material. Mr. Oline?
Yes, as kind of mentioned, it's the items I've mentioned coming to you. This is the purchase of the materials for the turf and track. It is a more cost-effective way to do it, and it also is faster. So this is the purchase of materials. If the board approves this, we will then be ordering all the materials. Next, we opened the bids today for the actual installation. And the good news is that we're actually going to be a little under the original estimated plan. So we're somewhere around, I think it's, we'll see the bid next week, but I don't say the number just in case there's some legal thing, but we're going to be somewhere around, a little under $6 million probably total for the project, including the materials and the installation. So somewhere around, 4.4, 4.5 for the installation is what you'll expect for next week's bid.
Great. Member Wen?
Just a clarification question, and I apologize if it's repeating the question, but again, the recommendation for the materials came from the design specs, correct?
Yes, through the design specs, through the process that I was involved with it, but I certainly talked with the athletic director and certainly all in terms of how much involved was. So yes, it was a process that went through there, specs there, yes.
So what I'm leading up to is that we don't need to have, go out for bid for the,
Materials.
no, not the materials, but for the contractors to build and have them install the.
Yes, and that'll
Okay.
be next week's board meeting will be a separate contractor that will be approved to do the install work.
Correct. Thank you.
I have a question. Are we assured that we are saving money by going
Yes.
through this process?
Yes, and it's always, if you're ever able to do CMAS or anything, it's always a better idea, because it's a statewide bid contract, it's a competitive price, it sets a ceiling, not a floor, so you have a maximum price that you would have to pay. And as well, generally, when you have contractors who do both the materials and the thing, they're gonna mark up the materials. There are no way they're gonna be passing off the materials for this amount of money. They're gonna be marking it up. So they always mark up the materials, and then they have their own markup. So it is a more cost-effective. I always found anytime you can do CMAS, it's always gonna be more, it's gonna be faster and cheaper. Because it's already a bid project, it's already, you know, and the contractors, yeah, so.
Yeah, and then just to clarify, because of CMAS, we did not have to go out for a formal bid.
Correct, because CMAS, the state already did the bid. We're just
Yeah.
piggybacking on that state bid.
Correct. Yeah, we've done a lot of IT projects based on
CMAS.
government. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I encourage that as much as possible, yeah.
Other questions? Okay. So moving on to 12.4 bid award.
Oh, no, we still have to approve it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get a motion to approve item 12.3, Newark Memorial High School track and field renovation purchase of material for $1.2 million?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, and then let's do a roll call vote. Ms. Lemus?
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte, absent. Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Moving on, 12.4, bid award, alcohol specialty contracting, bid award for Child Nutrition Center re-roofing project. Mr. Olade?
Yes, as mentioned, one of the things we're coming for you with this project. The good news on this one is that we're a little under our original estimates for that. So we were somewhere around 180 to 200 original estimates. This came in at, you can see what came in, 160, the exact number. 161, so that's 160, 161. So good news on these last two projects, we're within budget.
And I'd like to make a clarification here and just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. If we tie back to the prior agenda item where we were talking about the budget and we were talking about facilities and we were talking about maintenance, right? So we were talking about how if we have unplanned maintenance, that can negatively impact our budget. And this was a situation, right, where we had our roof collapse, and so it was an unplanned situation.
Which is also why, in terms of maintenance, it's important that they have a budget, because within that budget is deferred maintenance for these kind of more major repairs. And so what's important is the maintenance department will then have to kind of, as best they're able to, forecast. Now, weird emergencies come up, but things deteriorate, and things don't necessarily always happen immediately,
Right.
so.
But what I guess my question is, there's certain things you can never forecast that may happen. But to the degree that we know that certain infrastructure is aging, and if we are able to pass a bond, and then we can classify and say, this is a specific project, then we have a separate funding source for these things that we can pay for versus having it show up as
100%, and I think that's kind of mentioned before, this district has a huge liability for facilities, maybe not this very second, but things could eventually happen where you end up having to close a space because you haven't done the repair. And you either close it or you repair it, and if you don't have the bond or some other source like that, you're looking at general fund unless you decide to close a space.
So maybe some of our messaging to the public as we try to advocate for the bond is that we can potentially claw back funds for, student-facing activities by passing the bond.
I'll tell you the district I worked in. We didn't have to have any facility repairs in anything general fund or any other source other than restricted sources for everything. So it is possible, but primarily because that was the bond.
Right.
So, that's important, because then therefore you're not spending general fund on anything else that's not general fund or more directly classroom related. I mean, these are direct classroom related, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, fixing a roof should be just kind of a thing you do.
Right.
Yeah, not part of
An
general fund
emergency.
expenditures like the normal operations. So that's the goal of that. And yeah, you're correct. It will claw back probably more money than you think.
Right.
Because, and you might have less overtime on people who are going to fix things because things are breaking, things like that.
Exactly. I have a question.
Member Thomas?
This 162,000, if we have set aside 3% for routine restricted maintenance.
Yes.
This would
and so
ordinarily come
obviously it
out of
comes
that.
Yes, and so this is technically general fund, but it's part of the 3% or whatever that's set aside as part of routine maintenance.
Okay.
Other
How do we
questions?
know that that's where it's coming from? I mean, it doesn't say that. Do we keep an accounting of that routine restricted
Well,
maintenance?
yeah, I mean, obviously there's hundreds of thousands of lines of budget code, so yes,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. So can I get a motion to approve bid award alcohol specialty contracting for the Child Nutrition Center re-roofing project for $161,000?
I move approval.
Okay.
I can second.
All right, so Member Thomas moves and Member Jones seconds. Ms. Lemus, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving on to 12.5, title change of job description from deputy superintendent to assistant superintendent. So superintendent, and I said superintendent like 3 or 4 times.
Right, a lot. So before you this evening is, we would like to change the title of what was originally the Deputy Superintendent, CBO, for Newark Unified School District and make this the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services / CBO. This job description has flown on EdJoin, and we have had interviews. However, it is pending, and it was noted on EdJoin that it was pending approval of the board to change the job description, and also there would be a salary reduction that would come with this as a cost savings. I believe it was $29,000 and some change. 20,000. Thank you.
Okay,
No, I'm sorry,
questions?
the 29,000. I was correct.
Okay, questions from the board on this? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the change of job description from deputy superintendent CBO to assistant superintendent?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Jones, Vice President Jones moves, and Member Thomas seconds. Ms. Lemus, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving on to 12.6, reorganization of Human Resources Department. So is this Mr. Williams, or are you going to take it?
This will be Mr. Williams.
Wow.
I'm super excited. First, thank you guys for extending the board meeting until midnight so I can get through my PowerPoint presentation. It's a little joke, right?
3 minutes.
All right, everybody stand up real quick. We've been sitting down way too long. Everybody up for a second. You got to get a little exercise on your feet. We got to get moving here. This is driving me nuts over here. Let's go. Right?
Stretch. This is like.
And, stretch out, right? Get moving. Like, this is what we got to do in classrooms, too. First, before I get this great opportunity, I want to really highlight the great work that's been done.
Did Billy Walsh have
Right.
to say that we needed to do?
I get a little excited sitting down that long. Ooh. But I do want to recognize, first, Julie is here, and she's done some fantastic work over many years within the school district. She's got a wealth of knowledge, great history, so thank you for all your work and being a support. By the way, she's volunteering on behalf of this community and the school district because she cares so much. And I'm telling you, she's doing a fantastic job. Also like to recognize Debbie Romero for coming back, helping us out, and Laura Johnson for doing fantastic work. Obviously, we've had some transition within the department. We had 2 major resignations about 2.5 months ago. So the amount of workload and the opportunity for us to come back and get human resources and the personnel department back to where it's needed is really what I'm here for. And I want to highlight some key points and provide a recommendation for this evening, how I feel that this will be best supported to be able to help our staff, community members of where we're at. So we understand personnel, right? Number 1 goal is for us to be able to recruit You want me to do this too? I got to do two things at once? I can actually do two things at once, right? Okay, our goal is to recruit, support, train, and retain employees for the most important piece. Not for you, not for adults, but for the student success and student achievement, period. The amount of people that come through our office and the amount of contacts our folks have is highly crucial, not only on recruiting, but providing the support, training, and the professional development to build capacity for each of our employees within our organization. And I say this because I feel like the amount of time we all spend as employees in a school district, it's our home, right? We spend more time here together. And something that's very important to me, and I know with our human resource staff, is listen, success outside our home is not worth failure inside our home. And we've all experienced some impacts on people leaving this organization that have been valuable assets, that have transitioned out for other opportunities. And we need to have the focus within our department of how we retain them. And I'm telling you, a lot of the people I've met with, people that have exited, we need the support and the professional development to build capacity, to have an organization back to the focus of what Tracy has as her goals, as each of our board members have as their goals, to build the success of students, right? Achievement all the way around, as the LCAP presentation said. Kind of a quick overview as we looked at it. So we were looking at the number of vacancies. So you guys, last year we had over 70 teacher vacancies within our school district. This year we're approximately 50, and I broke down right now what we have left. So we've already done quite a few hires. As you know, you've seen many of the personnel reports in April, May, June. Currently we have 9 elementary positions left, 18 at the middle school alone, 9 at the high school, and 14 with specialized programs and areas within our special ed department. But I am going to give Olivia a shout out too, because she's been doing a fantastic job of recruiting and bringing people in. The credential requirements for special ed are a little more complex and difficult when you're looking at PIPs, STIPs, and internships. We also have 36 classified vacancies, 13 vacant management positions, and over 5,000 days of sub coverage over this school year. So when we talk about impacts on cost and value, when human resources and our personnel department is working hand in hand with ed services, and we are aligning our goals to the success of students, we also have to consider that we've spent over $1,100,000 on sub costs this year. Part of those cost factors, right, is when you don't have an effective human resource department to do investigations, structures, discipline matters. You have several people that might have been out on admin leave that we've had to backfill with substitute teachers, substitute administrators. As you know, the transparency of where we're really at is with 9 schools. We know that we had 3 permanent principals at the end of this school year. We had 6 sites with interim or long-term sub principals in those roles and functions. And what we want to be able to do is create that organizational value that we really help define the role and functions of everybody within the organization, and also provide the affirmation and context that our families and our staff are supported through what we do on a day-to-day basis. Very doable. Our relationships with our unions as well within human resources are super critical. I think we've missed some elements and opportunities over the last few years, but I will tell you from Tracy's standpoint to my standpoint, that relationship with our union presidents, our day-to-day operations of unions have a huge impact on the organizational value and also support on what we do on a day-to-day basis. If you look at what we had originally, and again, I'm using the timeline that I've been here. So originally we had the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources that was previously approved this year for the restructure within the Human Resources Department. We've had our administrative assistant that is currently in that position who does a great job, Laura Johnson. We had the Director of Operations, Technician of Human Resources, and our clerk within the Human Resources. So what the recommendation was when it came forward to the board was to eliminate some of these and decrease costs from 5 employees to 4. With my many, many years of experience in human resources and the amount of people that come through this office and the amount of paperwork and support that we need to provide, I'm providing a recommendation on the organizational department so that we can align to the success of what we had talked about earlier, student success and student achievement. If you see with the proposed organizational chart for personnel department, as we know, several of our legal issues that we deal with are in human resources and student services, pupil services. We are requesting that we put that team within our department at no additional cost, but that all responsibilities from the school safety to litigation, student discipline matters, expulsion cases would actually be overseen by human resources, by the assistant superintendent, and provide support on the day-to-day operations. For example, as you know, when you're seeing an expulsion case come in closed session, it's very similar to some of the human resources opportunities, as I call them, that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. I 100% feel that the leadership as an assistant superintendent should have that responsibility within student services, within our department. Again, no new cost, that is their current cost breakdown, but it's more responsibility coming into human resources. In addition, if you look, I tried to break this down as simple as I could. The red position is the one that we're recommending that's already been eliminated, but use that cost savings to actually put in a manager of the personnel position that would have a wide scope. This currently right now is the middle range, step 2 of someone coming in. So that could be a little lower or it could be a little higher depending on the step of that person that we hire. Then we have the technical position, which was already approved previously by the board, which has been open and we're recruiting for that position currently. We have the clerk personnel that works day to day with all of our subs, all of our public record requests for validation and verification of any teacher or employee that leaves our district and goes to another district, which is a lot of transition and turnover, especially when you've had over 130 employees exit our district within the last 2 years. So my point is when we're looking at this organizational chart, and what I would recommend from a board standpoint is having the human resource department report on an annual basis of what these numbers look like, how many recruits we've had come in, what our retention rate is, what we're doing to keep people within the organization, how we're providing affirmation of our employees through our employee recognition and recognizing the important components, and then also being able to develop and build our capacity of our own employees. For example, I'm going to call Toya out right now, but Toya has this great opportunity, right? She's been an office manager and she just got promoted into a position that she's going to have a huge impact. And we've got to be able to start building capacity within our own folks. Example, aspiring administrator program. When we're looking at all the recruits that were coming in, we don't have anybody within our own organization that is bumping up into an aspiring administrator position, and we need to do a better job of developing capacity, building the professional development, to be able to say, hey, Tracy says, hey, I need a vice principal or an assistant principal or principal, and we have a group or a cadre of people that have gone through our training that have also participated on what we do on a day-to-day basis so that we can actually start hiring our administrative staff as well as our teacher staff into higher level positions within the organization. So the proposal actually provides us the support and the elements of people within positions to provide the necessary steps from an organizational structure to be consistent with our programs, our systematic recruiting, retaining, and professional development and support of all our staff. It does have a cost savings based on where we're currently at. Some people will say, well, it's not a true cost savings if you added the assistant soup. But when we eliminated the director of fiscal and added the assistant soup, there's approximately a $40,000 change in that cost. But if you look at the gray areas, there are no changes in cost. The only difference is replacing functions and responsibilities with the manager position within personnel. So it's a lower level spot that would have day-to-day operations and oversee each of the functions within that organization and report directly to the assistant soup. I've provided in the board packet too for the community and anyone that would like to see a brief job description of each of these roles and functions within the organization that can clarify anything that you guys might have as questions. Obviously, I get really passionate about this because I feel like human resources has great, fantastic people with great opportunity to bring those people in here to see the success of our students and to see the success of our staff and our community as we build forward with this. Obviously, board members, you guys have gone through a lot in the last year, right, with layoffs and different things along that line. But I feel like it's highly important and in my best professional opinion that we bring this forward tonight and recommend it to be approved this evening so that we can begin to move forward by July 1st. Be happy to answer any questions, and we'll start over here.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the proposed HR organizational chart. I think it's the right move. My question is that the current HR organizational chart shows an assistant superintendent, but the current HR organizational chart has an executive director of human resources, not an assistant superintendent. And I believe that salary was considerably less than $220,000. So we should shouldn't we adjust that down to?
Yeah, so if I can clarify, so the one with all the gray is the current, where it has the assistant soup, and then it has the director of operations. If you see it on the PowerPoint here, I'm just gonna come over here and make it easy. So this spot, when it was eliminated, went into this position, to the assistant soup. Everybody's good with me on that? Understand that, right?
We approved.
Yeah.
You approved that back in January.
In January.
Assistant Superintendent Human Resources.
So that was approved, but this position has still been active during this entire year because I came in as a sub to replace this spot.
Right.
Okay?
The plan was to eliminate the director of operations.
Correct. So this spot is eliminated as of June 30th. Right now, we have Debbie Romero that's backfilling that position to provide the necessary support on the day-to-day operation. So if you can shift over to the other for me. Yep. So what it does, and again, it adds these two to the department, no cost impact. It eliminates this in red so that we all have a up-to-date org chart that shows us this is the growth position here, but when you do the math of all the positions, your new position is $110,000. Existing costs, there's no new monies, and then the estimated position cost, which we have accounted for, right? So I want to make sure we have accounted for this, but with our current operation, this would be the total expenditure for our department. So last year, back when it was at if you go right here, last year cost was $617,869. This upcoming year will be the $549,332. Now, the important piece of this is, from a standpoint of coming into the Human Resources Department and looking, for example, and I don't want to go into all the details, I'd be happy to provide, but if you look at the number of litigation cases we've had, the number of complaints we've had, the number of resignations we've had, terminations, all through that, they are staying afloat because they're great people working hard, but it's not an effective model because we're not putting the right time and the right people in the right place to provide the support necessary as we move forward. I need to clap some. You guys are late.
Did that
Did
answer your question, Member Thomas?
Well, not really, because, maybe we approved it on an org chart, but this organization existed before we filled that position of assistant superintendent. So to me, the savings is really between the assistant superintendent, the executive director. It's just, that's what I would think.
And the reason I put and I don't disagree with you, the reason I put the cost down because, number one, I feel like 2 years ago, our department had 6 people in it. So when the board recommended this, which I have zero support in the alignment of who recommended the HR structure, because it wasn't done in my eyes as a human resource professional for a long period of time, I would not agree with it from the beginning. And I think that unfortunately, when that was presented, that we're missing the element to provide the support necessary where it has to be done. Okay, so we're talking another big key area is when you're looking at negotiations. So we were paying about $550 an hour for a key negotiator, right, that the board had approved. You guys are with me, right? So we are doing negotiations now without an attorney, okay? So I didn't even bring the cost savings in on that, but it's $550 an hour, right? And we're doing it built into the assistant superintendent position, which will save you enough money to begin with from the beginning to the end. But it also increases our capacity and our roles and functions and puts people in so that we can provide you the common message and make sure that we're aligned with the collective bargaining agreement, but also are pushing the right areas so that we can build the capacity within the organization and support too. So.
No, I agree with the move. I think it's a good plan.
Thank you.
Other questions?
No, just a comment. It was school services that did the recommendation for the last reorganization of human resources. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah. Thank you. I was aware of that. I just didn't want to.
But I do have I guess what I would have liked to see tonight was an actual job description for the new HR manager position and laid out and also brought to the board for approval. Unless it's going to be coming back when you
25th.
fill the position.
No, we'll bring it back on the 25th.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Other questions?
So if you go to the last slide for me, please.
So I have one.
I got
Okay, yep.
So I have a question about the org structure. So can you go back to this slide? Yeah. So makes sense, understand. But as I think, Member Thomas is mentioning, and Member Wen a little bit as well, is, how can I put it? People always talk about potential cost savings, but then when it comes time to actually net it out in the end, like a lot of times those don't appear.
Sure.
And so, and whereas bodies always, consume resources and salaries, et cetera.
Absolutely.
And so I think it makes sense. I understand your point. What would be great, can you go back to your first slide? The one where you're talking, the very first one. Yeah. So what would be great, I mean, so you mentioned the whole issue about negotiations and like potentially savings there. And then you've talked about the fact that, that we're incurring additional costs, for sub coverage, et cetera. What I think would be good is to have a commitment to say, okay, we're going to put this org structure in place, and it's going to end up not saving as much money as we had initially anticipated, but we're going to compensate for that, right? We're going to trade costs. We're going to actually decrease costs in other areas, and we're going to set that as a departmental goal.
Absolutely.
And I think that would be, and then that's something that we can come back and revisit at the end of next summer to say, well, okay, so we built out the HR structure. Did we achieve the goals that we had from a cost savings perspective?
Sure. And I think some of our key points that Tracy and I spoke about is like getting our final number, which we're in process of, on the final number on sub cost, admin cost, anything along that line. And then our goals will be developed based on that data, which will go to the superintendent. So very simple, if I say we're spending $1.2 million in subs, what are we doing to positively impact that number to decrease? Because I had a number that I shared with Tracy, I guarantee we can get it down to under $1 million next year by good practice.
It's a huge
Yeah.
number.
It's, you guys, $1.2 million in a district this size, okay? We were 3 times this size and we were spending $780,000. Now, the other thing I don't want to bring up, but I am going to, the other thing is if we want to get really dirty with it, if you look at the legal cost that's coming through this district, way too high, period. I've got areas when you have a high-level assistant sup and a high-level staff, that cost will definitely decrease, and we'll use the number of what we spent with Lozano Smith, the legal fees, and calling it out publicly, because I have no problem with it, of saying, hey, here's what we spent last year in human resources, here's what we have to decrease. The other reason that I put pupil services within, what's our number one generator of revenue? ADA, right? Can anyone tell me what our attendance incentive program is to get kids to school? Okay.
Nothing.
Okay, so as we talk about recognition of employees, the number one value of employees to keep employees in districts and government jobs and any job is what? It's not how much they're paid, although it's a value. It's affirmation and feeling valued in a culture of success, right? And the point being is when we're decreasing one of the highest capacities in the number of people coming through, like every one of these people we hire, they come and see our human resource staff, right? Every one of them. The initiation of someone walking through that office, first appearance is super highly important, right? And then following up so that I know who your kids are and knowing where you're at and having that connection in the community. And when we hire you and we understand that you may be in a classroom impacting students on a day-to-day basis, and we come by and visit and I say, hey, Catherine, how's it going? It's important, right? It's a value added. Again, not as objective, but you can be looking at different ways of what our retention rate is. Why people are leaving the district, I can tell you because we've met with people, right? And it's the value, right? That's a huge piece because when we're going through hiring right now, it also requires new training to get people back on board and ensuring that those goals that would be aligned to the superintendent expectation for the assistant sup, decrease in legal fees, decrease in sub costs, and then making sure we have a higher retention rate right now, because our admin retention rate is under 50% for this district. We should be at 85%. Teacher retention rate should be over 90%. We're below 75. So yes to your answer or your question is we can align that to the goals and then have that presented to you on a biannual basis so you're seeing the data to see the improvement on the restructure.
And I understand that there are a lot of soft benefits, right, and that those are valuable. But we have this person, his name's Mr. Michael Fine.
Yeah.
And he's very interested in making sure that we balance our budget. And so,
Yeah.
and goal number four
Yeah.
that we
Yep.
have, right, is all around fiscal
Yeah.
Yep,
prudence
agree.
and management.
Absolutely.
And so I think for every single department, we have to have targeted goals, you know, that are measurable, right? And so it would just be great if, as we begin the new year, that we get some projected goals that you have
Absolutely.
that can achieve some hard savings that can justify this.
100%. No question. Yep.
Great. Member Wen?
One last question. I am a little bit concerned, I guess, my thought process in terms of like moving pupil services over to HR is the fact that pupil services deals so much directly with ed services in terms of like the communication aspect of having to deal with all of the students and if there is expulsions and things like that.
Yeah.
In regards to that, will the assistant superintendent human resources position be able to support those two positions to its capacity?
Yeah, I think it'll increase their capacity,
Okay.
100%. No questions.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
So
How?
just to kind of,
Uh,
let me see if I
Yeah, go
can
ahead.
share a little bit about that thought. So one of the things that also happens though with a lot of the work that happens inside student services isn't just about the expulsions.
Right.
That's actually a small piece of it. The bigger piece really is around student investigations, which oftentimes leads to other kinds of issues. There really is a bigger rationale to be over on the HR side, to be able to help work through those solutions and to be able to respond quicker to families and to make sure that we get staff back into position faster when there's different things that happen, right? So to be able to bring that piece together is really important. I don't think it's going to slow down or change the communication piece between ed services when there is an expulsion piece that's happening between the school sites and between ed services and making sure that those services are collaborated with. We work very closely. I mean, truly, it's right down the hallway. It's not going to be far away, so.
No, I mean, we're absolutely small, but it was just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we just really felt though, looking at the number of unresolved complaints and concerns that we walked into. And
No.
as we started looking at those and trying to figure out like, how could we, respond faster to families, we felt this was a better model.
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, definitely, those are, it's people, operations, it's the connection between and the ability to respond quickly as possible. So I get that part of it. I think for me, it was just getting the clarification and also getting my mindset off the fact that it belonged in ed services.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or?
Additional questions? Vice President Jones?
The manager of human resources, does that fall under CSEA or?
Classified management.
Okay, classified. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, so we need to take an action here. So can I get a recommendation to approve the reorganization of the Human Resources Department?
I will make a motion to accept the new organizational chart for HR.
I'll second that.
So Member Jones moves, Member Thomas seconds. Can we get a roll call vote, Ms. Lemus?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Wen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte, absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay, so we're now moving on to consent agenda personnel items. Does anybody want to pull any of these items? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Sorry, I actually do want to pull the personnel report.
Okay, so we will pull the personnel report. So can I get a motion to approve 13.2, 13.2 through 13.4.
I'll make a motion to approve 13.2 through 13.4.
I'll second that.
So Vice President Jones moves, Member Thomas seconds. Can we get a roll call vote, Ms. Lemus?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. So item 13.5, personnel reports. So Member Nguyen?
Well, first off, I just wanted to start off with celebratory because because Mr. Williams is big on that, and I am too. So I just want to congratulate Toya, Miss Toya Lemus, for accepting and being here with us tonight as our new executive assistant. I am extremely proud of you, and it's super excited for you to be in this position, and I know that you will be able to help us in a large capacity. So congratulations, and whatever we can do here to support you, please let us know. Thank you. And then second question, in regards to the employment of the certificated management employees, the principal positions, I just wanted to ask what was the process and if they were just appointed currently and then, or was there a formal process for the appointment? Thank you.
Yes, so the interims, which was Bernard Brown and Michael Murphy, and Rochelle was a previous principal at the middle school. They were appointed as the interim, and then we're recommending, because of their status, that they would move forward for the 2024-25 year as a probationary position for those years. Jen Cronin was one that went through the interview process, so we actually sent out to all the stakeholders at the elementary schools surveys to get feedback. We had a formal interview panel that had teachers, classified, different members of the community that were a part of that interview. There were 3 recommendations for the principals that were brought forward, in addition to the interims that I mentioned. Out of those 3, one of them came out on top. The other 2, good recommendations, but not quite ready on where we want them to be. One was in an admin program, but not had finished. And one was 2 years of experience as a vice principal, but we didn't feel quite ready for that individual. So we had to make the decision to hold off on those 2 until we got somebody that we felt would benefit the community and the school needs based on what we've talked about in the past. Han was actually also brought in. She's currently in San Francisco Unified and actually applied for the position online. We also had a very rigorous interview process. Our unions have been really supportive, and we've had some union presidents on there. We've had community members. She came out as a hands-down #1 candidate coming in. We're very excited to be able to get her on board, and the process was very extensive. She had great feedback from her staff within the community. She's actually taking a significant pay decrease to come into the community and culture here, and very fortunate to have someone of her background and expertise to come in on board, and we're really excited to get her started on July 1st. So the answer in short is yes, there's rigorous process. The interims, again, after they've been on the interview process for the entire year, we made the recommendation to bring them back as probationary.
For Ms. Cronin, is she a retiree?
She is. So Mrs. Cronin had great support and did a great job on the interview. So she is unretiring effective June 30th. So we work with her on STRS. In great position. We're hoping to have that released by July 1 so she can start with us. Again, she's tons of energy, ready to get moving. I believe it's the only time I've had a list of teachers send us in support of her at 2 different sites, not just one. And she comes with a lot of capacity, a lot of energy, a great passion, and a great love for kids. And we feel like she's going to be fantastic.
And didn't she come from another state?
No, she was here in California where
She
she did her
was, yeah.
administration work.
Okay.
And no, she may have come from another state at some point in her life,
Okay,
but I don't.
okay, but she's retired in the STRS system?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
great.
Yep.
So she's unretiring? Okay.
Great. With that, I'd like to move to approve the personnel report.
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Wen moves and Vice President Jones seconds. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. All right. So now moving on to consent agenda non-personnel items. Do we want to pull any items from this list?
Go ahead.
All of them. Just kidding.
Well, we've got until 12, so,
No, none.
I'd like to pull 14.9.
okay, pulling 14.9. Are there any other ones that we want to pull? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve 14.2 through 14.8 and 14.10 through 33?
I'll make a motion to approve 14.2 through 14.8 and 14.10 to 14.33.
Actually would like to pull, or I'm just going to make a comment. On two of the items, I believe the contracts did not initially go to the board for approval prior to, and those were the amendments for the fiscal consultant and I believe for the business consultant. And I hope that moving forward, we would honor that based on, the board policies and bylaws, that those do come forward, regardless of the fact that the superintendent does have signing authority for a certain threshold. And that's it. So,
And to that point, Member Wen, and I had chatted briefly with the superintendent about this as well. So, so she has signing authority up to $50,000. And so I think when the original contracts came in, that they were under 50. But we want to make sure that going forward from a protocol perspective, that, if a contract then exceeds that, it really needs to be brought before the board because now it's exceeded her signing authority.
no, I agree, but it specifically in our board policy, it says all contracts, so.
Right, but to ratify.
Yes, so, but that wasn't brought back.
It would probably be on the quarterly report system, and they would all come back on the quarterly report. That is a requirement that we have to do. But I hear what you're saying. I think I really do want to kind of go back and go revisit this. I think we can do a faster job of bringing back the ratifications sooner than just quarterly. It's something I really do want to review. I don't really like how this is working.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I think there should be a specific schedule for ratifying contracts that you have
Yes.
approved.
Okay, so, and I apologize, Member Jones, Vice President Jones, for interrupting.
I'll second Member Jones's motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Vice President Jones to approve 14.2 through 14.8 and 14.10 through 14.33. Member Thomas is seconded. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. So 14.10, I know, please don't tease me. 14.9.
14.9, in looking at the individual school SIPSAs, let me just bring that one up. Upon looking at Coyote Hills, on page 35 of Coyote Hills, they have a reference to, let me just bring it up here. They have a reference to SEAL. Now, of course, it's going to take me a minute to find it. Oh, I went one page too far. There is a reference to SEAL in the top box, 1.4C, I believe is where it is. Now I'm like, what was my? It's in 1.4. And I just would like to have the school site go back and to look at that to make sure that it does reflect that they would be conducting their own, that the teachers would be conducting their own person, that there is not a seal TOSA in place to help with any of that. And then, does that make sense?
Yeah, so 1.4, are you looking at 1.4C where it says teachers will use SEAL strategies, which incorporates SEI strategies?
No, actually, I think my question was around 1.4A, support and expand SEAL implementation to ensure consistent integration and designated ELD instruction to make sure that that they would be supporting themselves, basically. Is that how it reads? And my question is that how it reads?
I don't see where the TOSAs are mentioned on here, so I would say that they still talk about wanting to be able to expand the strategies. So they talk about using strategies down in 1.4C. Like, to me, they get a little bit more into like what they're going to do. But knowing that the positions are gone, they'd have to come back and actually fund those positions to their SIPSA, and they're not doing that.
Okay. Let me double check and make sure that I was not off my rocker on shillings. Okay,
Yeah, and even on the salary side, I don't see where it talks about that for TOSAs being paid for out of their SIPSA.
Okay. Box 3.2, it says program seal for identified students in grades blank through 3. And then the 2A, it just seems confusing to me that it should be dropped down and that we are missing the, is it TK, is it kindergarten through 3? So that the first half of that little, on the third line, do you see where I'm talking about?
You're on page 38?
I am on page 43.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
That's okay, 43.
I was saying, nope, I don't see it.
3.2, second box, third line, 2/3 of the way. It says identified students in grades blank through 3. Or is it just in grades through 3?
I don't see it on my page 43.
Um,
I'm sorry, you're with Coyote Hills, or are you with a different school?
No, I'm in shillings.
Oh,
I apologize.
okay, I'm sorry.
I thought I said that, but
You might
it was a
have.
quick change.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was writing my notes down here for the other thing, just to double check.
It was a very quick change.
Okay, let me just go back to 43.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's fabulous that they're using all the SEAL strategies.
No, it's not. It doesn't identify students in any, it just says students in grades. And then the dash 3.2A is it's supposed to be.
Thank you.
Like
See,
a
I told you I was on,
it's a
I might be off
separation,
my
right?
rocker,
Yeah.
and sure enough, I was off my rocker. So that needs to be a bullet point
It's a
drop
bullet point
down.
drop down.
Got it, thank you. And the hyphen actually, yeah, the one in front of continue is correct. Okay, thanks. Those were the only two things as I was reading through all of those. They were just little techno things.
I'm glad that you pulled this item because I completely forgot about it. But as I'm looking at these SIPSAs, I would like to recommend that we don't approve them this evening and we send them back to the sites. And here's the reason why. We as a board, again, our role is to establish the strategic direction for the district. And we spent a lot of time last summer discussing that. And goal number 1 was focused on academic outcomes. And we had very specific and measurable outcomes. We used the SMART goal structure to do that. And then my viewpoint is that the SIPSAs should be the site's efforts to operationalize those goals. And yet, there's no mention in any of these SIPSAs tying back to our board goals, or plans on how they're going to operationalize the goals that we've set. And so I think that there's really a disconnect between the site and what's happening here in the board, and we need to rectify this. And as the board may recall, we had discussed this earlier in the year when we had discovered that, again, the sites are not even aware of some of these goals, and we had actually asked that our goals be published. When I say published, that they make some poster or something and put it in the front office of every single site. Because, that's really a best practice where if an organization needs to have alignment around its goals and everybody needs to know what they are, and one of the ways that you do it is by having it right there in front. And somebody very wise at one point told me that I had to watch this show called Ted Lasso. And so I started to watch it, and then one of the things that Ted Lasso has done in the locker room is he has a little sign above the door that says "Believe," right? And that's how you ingrain what the goals are for everybody. So I think that number one, we really need to revisit having the goals clearly visible and aware at the sites, but also they really need to be embedded into the SIPSAs, because that's how people are going to then figure out how to operationalize them. So I'd like to recommend that we table this for now and ask the sites to come back and figure out how they can take our goals and figure out how to operationalize them for the next year.
President Hill, are you talking about that Believe sign that's hanging up in my office?
Oh, do you have Believe in your?
I do.
Oh, I wonder where that came from.
Oh, I can't imagine.
Okay.
Yeah, you might hear a little bit more about Ted Lasso.
Okay.
And some of his fun strategies out there. So I hear what you're saying. Would it be possible, because part of what we're going to be looking at for those measurements and goals, and we're just now really getting our academic performance data now, right, for the whole entire school year. I really think we need to come back in September and really do an overview as to whether or not we've met those goals. Like at some point, we have to come back and we have to say, what does our data tell us? And so there needs to be a time that we come back and we share that information with you, but we wouldn't have that necessarily for the metrics for this particular piece. I think you could still put it in there as being a measurement if you want to do that. I mean, they have aligned, the LCAP goals are now aligned with your overall board goals. I think where the difference that you're talking about is you're talking about the metrics, right? And are we meeting the metrics? And I don't think that this particular document right now in its current state would really do that, but I think to come back and have something that our metrics are aligned to it after we look at our student data that comes up for student achievement this year, which by the way, we just did all of our testing, right? We really need to come back and take a look at that to see whether or not we met those performance goals. So I think that really is more of a study session that we need to come back and we need to talk about whether or not students are achieving. But I do think that it's important that your goals be aligned, in which I believe they are, based on our LCAP and the fact that our LCAP has been realigned to be able to meet and match the board goals.
So what I'd just like to say then is, because, and I'm just going to be very candid, okay. And this is not directed at anybody here because you weren't really involved in this, but when we put the goals together last summer, I really don't feel that there were a lot of operational plans that were put together to follow through on them. And we asked a few different times, and we really didn't see anything. And so we've now spent a whole year where the sites really, were kind of oblivious, and they didn't have any plans, and so they just kind of continued in the status quo fashion. And so what I would say is I'm okay personally with approving this evening with the commitment that literally, so now that we have Ms. Allard, Superintendent Allard on board, that is going to be job one for her, is to work with the sites to say, you guys are going to have a plan for how you're going to improve educational outcomes. And that it needs to be something that really kind of needs to be in place, like sort of the September, October timeframe, right? Yeah. So that we can make it happen.
Yeah,
is that doable?
I think it is doable. And I'd like to come back with you with a specific timeline after I talk with staff about when we get all of our reports and we do our analysis. But I really think, like, if you look at, like, for instance, page 10 here of Schilling, and you start looking at, like, the reading literacy and the writing and the listening, we can absolutely tie that here where it talks about conclusion of based on this data. we could actually add our own, I think we could add one more piece in there based on our conclusion as to how students did with their own personal board goals as a metric, like, right? Because I think what you share with me is that there are metrics that you set goals that you wanted us to make sure that we achieved. And so we've been working on those goals this year, right? Students were performing. We're hoping that the results will be good. But until we really see the actual data and come back and share that data with you, we're not going to have that to put in here.
And I understand that, but here's my concern. I think that it's been business as usual. And I think that people have just paid lip service to it. And my viewpoint is that, if you're going to set a goal that says, well, I'm going to be able to run, 100 meters in so many different seconds. Well, so that's a very specific goal. And then you're going to go and you're going to then develop strategies to say, okay, well, how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to go and I'm going to spend 3 days in the weight room working on this. I'm going to go and do certain sprints and blah, blah, blah. And so, and then you come back and you say, here's the goal, here's the strategies, and now here's my measurements to see, okay, is what I'm doing having an impact? And I don't see any of that, right? And so, has there been activity? Yeah, there's been activity, but I don't think it's necessarily been tied. So that's my concern.
I don't know that I disagree with you on that, just having been here for the last 6 months. I don't know that we've been focused necessarily on that, but I think we need to refocus. And I think we need to come back and we need to publicize it and we need to start embracing it as being one of our measurements that we look at not only inside the SIPSA plans, but also within our LCAP as being one of the local measurements that we use. It's a local measurement.
Yeah, I think. I believe we're at a point now where we are more ready to really tackle those goals. They were great goals to get out there. They were something to shoot for, but now I feel like we've got more staff on board and we're ready to really tackle those. So, as we progress through this year, I hope that we can have, that there are a lot of discussions about, like you said, putting that into their SIPSAs so that it's more, what's the word I'm looking for? But it just, accountable is not the word I'm looking for, but it's that. It's purposeful is really what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That we're things that we are doing, the goals that we've set out, we're making purposeful advances towards meeting those goals, and something that we will work on starting at the beginning of the year, not just looking at it in the spring.
Yeah, and your goals were based off the dashboard, is that correct?
Well, correct. We're tying it to the dashboard.
Okay,
Correct.
I just want to make sure that I know that, because
Yes.
I don't know that.
Yes.
I wasn't
Yes.
in your session. So, and can you maybe point me in the direction of a board meeting that this actually occurred in?
We
so I
haven't,
can-
the goals published on our website.
I know you,
Oh,
but I
so
really want to
we-
go back and listen to the conversation.
Well, there wasn't,
That was a
we-
board
they-
workshop,
they
and
were-
we
yeah, they
didn't
were
take it.
workshops.
Got it, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's, 'cause I wasn't finding it.
yes, yes.
I watched a lot of board meetings.
Yeah,
Try to find it.
at the very beginning, we did review the outcome of it, but I don't know in what depth we discussed it in open session. But there were board workshops where we, batted it back and forth quite a bit.
All right, then I'd like to be able to come back and give you a timeline and share a little bit more information with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, unless there's other questions or comments, can I get a motion to approve 14.9?
I'll make a motion to approve 14.9.
I'll second that.
Okay, Vice President Jones moves, Member Thomas seconds. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay. So now we are on to student expulsion, item 15. So we need to do each of these individually, correct? Okay. All right. So 15.1, termination of student expulsion. The recommendation is that the Board of Education terminate student expulsion as it relates to the expulsion case E2122-14. Can I get a motion to approve?
I move that we approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Thomas moves, Vice President Jones seconds. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 15.2, termination, student expulsion, Ed Code 48918, case E2324-05. The recommendation is the Board of Education terminate student expulsion as it relates to the expulsion case E2324-05. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Vice President Jones moves.
I'll second that.
Member Thomas seconds. Can we do a roll call, please?
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Motion carries. Moving on to 15.3, termination, student expulsion, Ed Code 48918, case E2324-06. The recommendation is that the Board of Education terminate student expulsion as it relates to the expulsion case E2324-06. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Vice President Jones moves.
I'll second that.
Member Thomas seconds. Roll call, please.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes, motion carries. Item 15.4, continue suspended enforcement of student expulsion, case E2324-04. The recommendation is that the Board of Education continue suspended enforcement of expulsion as it relates to the expulsion case E2324-04. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Member Vice President Jones moves. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Member Thomas seconds. Roll call, please.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. And finally, 15.5, continue suspended enforcement of student expulsion, case E2324-07. The recommendation is that the Board of Education continue suspended enforcement of expulsion as it relates to the expulsion case E2324-07. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Vice President Jones moves.
I'll second.
And Member Wen seconds. All right. And Member Thomas was anxiously awaiting to see if that would happen. Okay, so Vice President Jones moves. Member Wen seconds. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving on to item 16, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief, and discussion. Member Thomas?
I'd just like to say thank you to the staff for the great effort to do the LCAP and the budget and everything else on the agenda. Quite a packed agenda tonight. I'd like to tell everyone that I will not be at next week's meeting in person, but I will be here over Zoom. So if you give me the instructions on that, I've given Superintendent Becker the information of where I'll be with the door open and the sign posted. So I can participate that way. I look forward to that. I went to the ROP meeting this last week. ROP is doing a fantastic job for us, for all three districts. I just can't say enough positive about the way they're operating and the way they're supporting us. And I'm just really glad that they're there because they're really doing a service to so many of our students. I had a whole list of questions. I didn't want to go into them, and some of them were answered tonight about the budget, but I'd like to send those questions on to maybe hear your feedback prior to next week's meeting. Yeah. Other than that, I hope everyone's enjoying their summer.
Thank you, Member Thomas. Member Wen?
I too echo Member Thomas's comments in regards to all the hard work that our staff has been working on regards to the budget and the LCAP. And also really want to appreciate everyone on the LCAP committee. I know that it hasn't been easy this year, and for them to be able to formalize and present tonight, I commend them for the hard work and dedication that all the parents and the staff and Ms. Pikowski stepped into the role. And in addition, the other Pam, what would I like to thanks to her for her guidance and support of Ms. Pikowski also. And in regards to the bond parcel committee, I know that Bonnie had met with myself and Member Plancarte individually, and I just really wanted to appreciate her and her staff and really getting us excited moving forward with the bond. And we have a City of Newark Liaison Committee meeting next Monday. I will be in attendance. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at an old agenda, and you're still on there, Member Thomas. But I will be attending with President Hill on Monday. And I too will not be here present on next Tuesday's meeting, but I would like to join on Zoom. So I will get that information over to Superintendent Vakar.
Unless, sorry for interrupting, but unless you have to have a majority here in person, so unless Ms. Plancarte comes, you can't take any action on that meeting.
Even if we have consensus if we meet over Zoom.
Well,
Yes.
I know in Myriad we had legal opinions. We even did phone calls.
As long as it's posted wherever she.
Yeah.
You have to post where you're going, so you have to post on Thursday when we post, wherever that is.
Same rules,
Yes.
It has to be, and we have to actually notify that inside the board agenda. There's pieces we
Yes.
have to do.
Yeah, because I mean, we've done that when we've been on vacation or, away.
Yeah, would you also check, because I'm almost positive that the rule is that, the majority of the board has to be in attendance in person.
I will check.
Okay, if that's the case, I will make myself present and be here in person. And I will meet up with my family afterwards.
I will do my very best to get information tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and tomorrow's a legal holiday. I don't know how well I'll be able to get the information tomorrow. I'll do my best.
Oh, it's
Oh,
just
that's right,
holiday.
tomorrow's, you won't be here.
Oh, Juneteenth. okay.
Thursday's fine. We still have Friday to post.
Well, Friday we're off, so we're posting on Thursday.
Oh, okay. Oh, you guys.
We've adjusted everything to make sure everything.
Oh, because you guys are on the 40 hours. Okay.
So we plan on posting on Thursday evenings, but we'll get a chance to find it out.
Okay.
That should be a pretty easy one to find out.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to wish the class of 2024 great success, and graduation was really fun this year. I do have some recommendations, but I will get that to you privately. And that's it. So thank you, everyone, especially Mr. Williams, Mr. Oline, and Tracy, and Ms. Vakar, Superintendent Vakar, for working so hard and diligently in trying to recruit and fill the positions that we desperately need. And we're so excited that one of the filled positions happens to be Ms. Lemus over there. So again, congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Member Wen. Vice President Jones.
I just have a couple things. The first one is just wanting to reiterate that I'm sure people have said it, that the graduations were really great this year. I had not been to the graduation at Crossroads and Bridgepoint and on that site, the McGregor site. And I really appreciated seeing the rose ceremony. I thought that was a really cool thing that they do. And that just really touched my heart to see that part of the ceremony for the students and for their families. That was really great. It was a lot of fun, the high school graduation, and it was so nice to have so many city people there as well. And the middle school, again, always a great graduation. And looking out just on the sea of faces, it was just really fun to see the diversity and the representation and the excitement. And they're going on to the high school, and they get the opportunity to have that graduation from 8th grade to 9th on the high school campus. I think that's a really great way to transition them from the middle school to the high school. Last week we had our SELPA meeting, our regional SELPA meeting, and one of the things that they have developed now is a transition partnership. As part of the transition partnership program is a tablet where the students, when they graduate, there's a whole page of resources that they can tap into that is continually updated. And I just felt like it was a really awesome thing that they have now put together for the students to be able to experience. So that was really great. And that's really all I wanted to say, other than thank you, the three of you, for doing so much wonderful work this spring, and all your hard work and dedication. It's been just fabulous to have you guys here, and to see Tracy continuing. So thank you so much for all of your time and energy and uplifting spirit.
Thank you, Vice President Jones. I just want to echo my fellow board members in acknowledging all of the hard work and great work that's being done at multiple levels, not only here, on the dais and in the cabinet, but across the board, and also in the LCAP, et cetera. And also, as Member Wen indicated, the students, right, and all the work that they do to get, to advance. So definitely want to appreciate them. The one request that I have from the board is we have been moving fast this year in a lot of areas, and it hasn't always been, it hasn't always been comfortable. And I think that sometimes that there may be some I's that haven't been dotted or some T's that haven't been crossed. And we want to make sure that we do it both from a quality perspective, but also from a transparency perspective. And so we the board, received an email this afternoon from an employee that had expressed some concerns around whether we're keeping track of basically salaries and overtime and that kind of thing, and specifically as it related to the superintendent. And I know that the superintendent had come in under one contract as deputy superintendent CBO, and then they changed and came in under a separate contract. And so I'm not surprised that there could be some confusion around that. But I think that we just, owe it to everyone, and not least the superintendent, to make sure that we do due diligence around this and make sure that we haven't missed anything. And so what I would like to request the board, if they feel comfortable doing so, is that we bring in a completely neutral and second set of eyes to come in and just do a quick audit of the superintendent's contract and hours, and make sure that everything has been accounted for correctly. And I'm thinking that probably maybe the best entity to do that would be FICMAC, because they do audits, and they are a completely different agency, and they're not beholden to anybody. And so if the board feels comfortable with that, would like to make a request that we work to get that going. So are there any perspectives from the board on that?
I don't feel that that's necessary. I feel like it was explained to us that that Ms. Vaccaro came in with 110 days on the contract. Her contract in Glendora was for 224 days. It's here for 224 days. So there's not a discrepancy between the two districts and the contracts. And my understanding is that then that allows her to work 114 days here, which is why she requested the extra days so that she could do some work in June. So I'm not feeling that that is necessary, especially from an expense standpoint, but that's my opinion.
Okay. Other board members' thoughts on this?
This is no agenda item.
So my only thing is that
This is not an
I don't
agenda
know
item.
if there's precedent.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to, first of all, this is not an agenda item, so.
No, so we're making a request. So we're making a request. We're not making a decision.
No, but you're asking us for feedback. And
Correct, on my request.
So I
I'm
guess,
just being careful, like,
yeah,
Yeah.
no, absolutely, it's not an agendized item, so we shouldn't have full discussion on it. So you're asking us right now whether or not we feel that it's necessary, and
So my answer would be no. My simple answer.
My answer would be no.
I do have my own opinions on this, but I don't necessarily know if, not right now.
Okay. So it sounds like this is something that we don't feel we need to take action on right now, but if appropriate, we'll reconsider it, or we'll come back with a request at a future date.
if I may, I would
Okay.
like to,
Sure.
we are looking at this, so I want to make sure that it is very clear, it is very transparent, that there's nothing that's been improper done. I mean, this really impacts me, right? So I think the concern that's out there, I think it's just important for us to make sure that we go back through, we vet it, and that we also make sure that we report it correctly to all the appropriate agencies. I think we just need to make sure that we get clarity on it. There's a contract, there's a set of calendars. We just want to make sure that everything was all done correctly for everybody's sake, and also just to bring clarity. So,
Yeah, and to your point, right, at this point, there aren't any accusations, right? It's just, it's an issue that surfaced, and I think that we just need to make sure that we've done the proper accounting around it. Okay. All right, so, other than that, I don't have any other comments then. On Thursday, it is the, summer equinox, right? So, the official start of summer. And so, per Member Thomas, hope that we have fun plans for the summer. Okay, so Superintendent, we're gonna now move on to, your report 17.1, our final comments.
yeah, it's a late hour. First of all, I just want to thank all staff for the hard work that they've done. I mean, it's been an incredibly busy spring, and, we're happy that the school year came to an end and that we have a chance to celebrate with our students and our families at all of our promotions and graduations. It was a lot of fun. I will say the families truly enjoyed themselves. I know I enjoyed myself getting to celebrate with everyone. I look forward to next year's celebrations as they come about. And we've got a lot of hard work to do coming up this year. We've got a lot of planning to work on this coming month. And I just really want to thank my two colleagues that are over here to my right. They have been just a wonderful team, and I really appreciate all that they do. But I really also want to thank all those that worked on the presentations this evening. There's been hundreds and thousands of hours put in to working on this presentation for all of it, for everyone tonight to be able to get to this level. I'll get you some answers for the 25th, make sure that we know what we need to do for a quorum, and I think maybe Mrs. Thomas is right. I do believe that there are some restrictions to that, so I think I need to go back and just make sure. I don't think a majority can be out of the boardroom. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right.
And I would imagine that if we talk to legal counsel, they can probably provide us.
Yeah, I think
Right.
I'm going to ask somebody else first before I make a
Okay.
legal phone call on this. I think this
Okay.
is probably something that's pretty common. So I think I can call CSBA and get this.
Sure.
I think we get this answer
Sure.
pretty quick in a different way, so, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll just use some other resources so we can follow up on this. But thank you very much, and thank you for considering staying, Board Member Nguyen, in case we need you on Tuesday next week. That's it. That concludes my comments. Thank you, everybody, and have a great, we'll see you next week.
And then, okay, so, are we ready to adjourn? Okay, so making a motion to adjourn.
Chris would like to stay.
I'm going to stay later if you guys would like to.
Excellent, excellent.
Move to adjourn?
I'll second.
Okay,
You do you.
so.
Chris, you have to
Remember-
stay though.
remember-
Yeah,
remember when-
detention.
With me, yeah.
You've got detention for the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, if it's your thing. I know, right?
So member Nguyen moves, member Jones seconds, roll call.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
We're just making you laugh.
Okay. Member Nguyen? I was like,
Yes.
Member Plancarte absent. Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes, okay, thank you. Meeting adjourned.